Let's try that again. Okay, there you go. Now it's working. Welcome back, fellow gamers. Welcome back to the channel. And, well, I'm trying out this game again. It's called Stein's World. Let's see. Let me check the actual name. Okay, so it's the name is Stein World. And as you can see, it's a browser game. Yep. Where's my character? Okay, so are these players? Hmm. I don't hear any music. I think the game has no sounds. So my character is level 2 because I played this before and then I stopped. And now I'm, giving it another go, and who knows, it might get my attention more. Let me take a look at my inventory. I have a farmer shirt. What is my weapon? No items in slot. Stick. Okay, how do I equip it? Okay, I don't get it. I'm trying to equip the or maybe it's not allowed since I'm inside the merchant wherever this is. Okay, how do I interact with the lady? We have a lot of work in the inn. Can you please help to board the rail with some? Okay, let's do this. It's a quest. Where do help to board the rail? There you go. The problem is the text is very small and I'm having a hard time reading anything. You want to help me? That's nice. That was it? That was the quest. Okay. Go place your order at the bar. Always keep my stein at home so I won't lose it. I heard someone lost his stein here while drinking. What is a stein? I forgot what it is. Okay, now I'm fighting rats. I got another stick, and what is this? Broken bones. Okay, so where is the? I wonder where's the experience bar. Okay, more broken bones. Okay, so I found the XP bar. It's this it's this green bar right here on top of the hotkeys or hot bar. Okay, so where do I find the settings? So that is chat. Okay, found the option. Huh. Move. Okay, now there's at least some kind of music. Yeah, some kind of music playing now. It's not too sad. Okay, key bindings. Escape. Okay, I got another stick. It's not a stick, it's a stone baton. It's a baton. My question is, what is a rat? Or why is the rat carrying a baton? Yeah, why? Can someone tell me why? Okay, so it looks like I'm having internet connection issues. My goodness. Come on, internet. Internet, I just want to kill rats. Okay, little toot. Well, fortunately, the rats are not aggressive. Okay, what is this? Oh, it's the shop. Okay, you can buy costumes. Free account. Yeah. Purchase 17 or 18, whatever that is, pounds or euro. I need another drink. Fill my stein. What is this? Ooh, okay. Trade, trade, trade. What can I sell? Let's see here. Broken bones. Okay, let's sell this. How do I sell this? It says here trash. I guess I can't sell it. I want to sell it, sir. I need money.
I empower right, energize their communities.
That is amazing. That is amazing. Congratulations for having a growing channel, and thank you for checking out the channel. Leave me alone. I want to drink alone. Okay. I'm just looking for a potential quest. Can I get you something to drink? Don't tell my boss that I'm here for a drink. I still have the quest. It's an epic quest. Kill bloated rat. Let's see here. One of the workers told me last night that they saw a huge rat down in the basement. Bring me its head. I guess I'll have to go back to the basement. Okay, where is the giant rat? Do I just keep doing this? I guess I just have to keep doing this until the rat head drops. Okay, so my HP is down to 20. Okay, I guess I'll just have to relax and wait until my HP bar is full again. I wonder if we can sit down. What is this? Okay, Stein account claim. To claim the Stein account daily, you require a. You cannot get. You can get one. What? Enable login rewards by finishing the quest membership program. I don't get it. Okay, I'm getting gold. Look at that. One gold, one sturdy stick. I have 73 gold. What is this? Free. What is this? I have no idea what is this. Yes, I have a free account. I guess I is a free account not a member? So if I have a free account, does it mean I'm not a member? Yes. Okay, got a healing potion. Okay, now I have a question. Why or how is the rat? Why is the rat? What is he doing with a potion? How is the rat? It's a little rat, by the way. It's a little rat. So how is the little rat carrying the potion? Okay, what is wrong with Kick? Hey Kick, what's wrong with you? There is something wrong with Kick. Also, thanks for following. Forgot to say thank you. Thank you. Okay, I'm having problems with my connection. Network error. Getting a network error. Okay, let me try refreshing this. Nope. Why? My bitrate in Twitch is red. This is actually not good. Hold on. I'm just trying to figure out why I'm getting this network error in Twitch. There was a network error. Please try again. Network error. Okay, anyway, guys, if you're getting a network error in Twitch, you can go and watch in Rumble. Kick is also having problems. What was that? Yeah, I'm having issues with my internet right now. Let me check. Let me check. Rumble is oh my goodness. Why is the internet so slow? Okay, at least I heard myself twice. Rumble is okay, I guess. So, if you're out of focus, or if the Stein world window or game is not on focus, the background music stops playing. So everyone is in Discord. I don't have Discord. Whoa, whoa, whoa! That was a two in one. Okay, my HP is look at that. It's very low. Okay, I'm not. I'm not going to use a potion. I'm just going to stand here and wait. It will recover by itself. I wish there was a command seat. I tried slash sit and it says there unknown command. Okay, so slash help is an actual command. See, there you go. I went out of focus. The game is out of focus, and the music stopped playing. And I went back in focus the game, and the music started playing. Am I going to be fighting rats forever? Will I get a title for killing rats, like Rat King or Rat Hunter or Rat Slayer. Okay, so I was talking and I was pressing the tab key. I'm using push to talk because there's a lot of background noise or noises around me. Okay, look at that. My HP is full. Maybe there is a special rat that I need to kill to get the rat head. Okay, level up. I'm now level 4. Nice. Where do I see my stats? Okay, that's not it. That's not it. I need to see my stats. Okay, so this is my inventory. These are the things I'm wearing, but that's not my stats. So this is the shop. Okay, so this is the membership item. So if you don't have this, you're not a member. It costs to be a member for 30 days. It'll cost you £8. I'm assuming that is pounds, okay, or euro, €8. I don't exactly know. Anyway, that's so nice. It's like alienating free players because even though we are in the game, we're not members. So free players are a bunch of plebs. Oh,
Yes.
okay, I've killed a lot of rats. Is this rat head real? Or maybe I'm in the wrong basement. Okay, one of the workers told me last night. The barn. Oh my goodness, I was hunting rats in the basement and it was the wrong basement. Not the inn, but the barn. Okay. This is obviously 100% my fault. I wasn't paying attention. Maybe I saw the basement and I was in the inn and I went to the basement of the inn. Oh my goodness. That's why reading is important. I don't understand why someone said that it's not necessary to read it. Okay, here we have the world map. This is me. Graveyard. Where is the barn? I guess I just have to find where the barn is. Okay, I found the barn. Oh my goodness. So the rats here are a little bit aggressive. Okay, I can't use this thing. It requires holy armor. Okay, I got the rat head. Okay, now I need to go back and turn in the quests. I'm just waiting for my HP to recover a little bit. Oh my goodness, I almost died. Okay, so I guess I need to talk to Sebastian. Okay, so where do I turn in the maybe it's this guy. Okay, I was right. Kill bloated rat epic. Holy cow! The beast really was there. Can have these clothes as a reward. I don't need them anymore. Wait, I mean, take these rare and expensive clothes as payment for a job well done. Okay, wow, kill the bloated rat. You did a good job. I should be able to handle it. You should tell my boss, Karakin Rudyard, that we were successful. He's in the big farmhouse just to the left of us. Left, okay, accept. Okay, the clothes are useless. So I can't sell this thing. It has no value. And why is it lagging? I can feel the game lagging. Okay, it's this guy. Let's go talk to him. I knew you were the right person for this job. Please take this gold as a reward. Talk to Sir Bumri Cave Feet. I will tell Sir Bumri Cave Feet that you have been a big help to us. I'm sure he will want to thank you. If I know him, he will probably reward you too, so visit him soon. Ooh, a sword. So I think this is some kind of faded set. Okay. Did not nothing change, nothing happened. Again, why is the game lagging? Okay, talk to Sir Bumri. I heard that you did a great job at the Yard farm and you handed over the pitchfork for me as I asked you to. For this, I can give you this old sword that I found yesterday. It's not the best, but at the moment, I can't do more for you. Do you see the gray square on the sword? This means that you need clothes that also have the same colored square to use it. The more squares the weapon has, the more clothes with squares you need to use the weapon. I don't get it. What's the significance of the squares? My friend Nicholas needs some help. Can you go help him? He should he should be somewhere east from here. Okay, there you go. I got the rewards. Okay, for this one I need a Stein account. I guess that's the membership thing. Yeah, the membership thing that you can buy from the shop. The game is lagging. Uh, the quest is also why is the exclamation mark or the quest marker colored green? Maybe use a brighter color. Okay, so I got a hoe. Choose your reward. Cast time 6. Cooldown 3. Heavy strike that deals 3 to 6 damage, 80% bonus. 2 to 5 damage. But with 80% bonus. Okay, so talk to Callus Carlson. Who is this guy? Uh, this was a huge success. We have to tell this to my boss. So everyone is like a boss of someone. He is the main house of the winery. Just follow the path to the winery north and then east. North and then east. Okay, I have lost my teddy bear. It should be north from here in the barn, but there are those wasps everywhere. Can you bring him back? Daddy. I am the supervisor of this of the field workers. What do you want? My good friend Alan Dynaston complained that he has too few workers at the moment. If you're in need of some work, you may go and see him. He owns the Northwind Farm, which is west from here. Okay, found the guy. He's right there. Okay, talk to Callus. Hello, I have heard you help with our wasp problem. Here, take this as a reward. Find Dieter Carlson. Okay, sure. Okay, so my inventory is locked, or my backpack has a very limited amount of storage in it. Find some egg. I still need some eggs for the meal today. Could you get me some from outside? They should be lying around everyone. What? Are you telling me that eggs just are just scattered all over? Okay, so just checking if I'm live because there are times when you make me sad. There are moments when you drive me mad. There are seconds when I see the light. All of that got another follower in kick. Thank you for following. Okay. And my stream in Twitch is still getting that network error. Oh crap. Yep, network error right there. I wonder why. If it's a network error, it's not good. Let's see here. I'm going to try and refresh it, I guess, by disconnecting and reconnecting. Request failed with status code 401. Oh, okay, reconnecting to Twitch. Maybe this time. Okay, still getting the network error. Okay, so this is so insane. Getting the network error. Anyway, let's go. Let's get back to the game. Okay, there you go. Found the player stats. I guess there are no stat points that I need to allocate. My profession. What is my profession? Okay, like that. Now the names of the characters are, or the NPCs are a little bit bigger. Okay, now I can see the names. Okay. Found some eggs. How many eggs do I need to find? I think I found them all. Trade with Aaron. Oh, it's a player. Okay. Okay, I got another pair of pants. Oh, not yet. So, this was a short pants. This is a long pants. I have all these items here. Where do I store them? And how? So I'm looking at my Twitch stream and it says there unstable. I don't know why it's unstable. I'm looking at OBS now and it's green. It's stable. Okay, my issue with Stein World right now is that the screen is lagging. Yeah, it's lagging. You can see it's lagging. Okay, so this could have been more enjoyable if the screen wasn't lagging. So you can see when it's lagging. It's hard to look at. I don't know why. Now my eyes are tired. Okay, anyway, I guess I played the game for an hour. The game is Stein World. It's free to play. You can play it on your browser, and it's a pixel art MMORPG. Hopefully, you won't get the screen lag that I'm experiencing because if you don't get it, you'll have a much better experience, obviously. But I'm getting the screen lag, and now my eyes are tired. My goodness, I'm talking, and with my eyes closed right now. Okay, so I guess that's it for this game, right? Right. Um, Again, you can go to Stein.world to play Stein World. It's free to play. Be right back. Okay, so guys, welcome back. We are back. Um, well, you still see Stein Road in the background, right? Anyway, we're back and we're here to check out and react to this video by more Pegasus. And this thing is still related to the Ethan Klein lawsuit against three people for copyright infringement. This is very interesting. If you are a content creator or if you are posting content in different social media platforms, then copyright is or should be very, very important to you because either you are, you know, infringing on someone's content or someone else is infringing on your content. And also, you learn how to avoid getting sued in the future for copyright infringement. Okay, so the title of the video is They Are Now Desperate After Losing Everything. This was posted 4 hours ago. Again, going to check it out, react to it, and if you guys don't want to hear anyone talking over the video, or if you want to watch the or see the full video, go to More Pegasus's YouTube channel. Okay, let's get started. Well, it's his opinion. Besides, maybe many or even some of them, because they got used to it. Maybe they don't feel oppressed at all. Again, it's very cultural. Oh, really? You should show. You should show evidence of what you're saying. That that guy who supports terrorists, he's an expert on everything. Maybe this guy knows who are involved in the bombing of that Orthodox church in Syria. They should really talk to this guy. Exactly. That guy, I don't know why. That guy is still allowed to live stream. He's basically a misinformation channel. if you want to, not know anything. If you want to know, if you want to not know anything, you go and watch this guy who supports terrorism. It's a, I don't know, it's a skill. There you go. I don't even have to do any research. A lot of people are doing the research for me. The problem with the terrorist supporter is that look at Asman would show receipt of what he's saying, while this one he just talks. I don't understand what he's saying. What is he saying? All I'm hearing is I'm a terrorist supporter. I support terrorism. That is what I'm hearing from this guy. Much smaller. Okay.
When did you become a lawyer?
Wow.
They literally admitted.
Again, the terrorist supporter is an expert on everything. If you want to know
And it's just lovely to see this guy's.
um
Also, I don't know why he's pretending like Ethan Klein is broke suddenly.
anything
I
about
don't know if they're
astrophysics
but as a fellow creator, I
or
can estimate.
rocket
And
science,
Ethan was like,
you go
yeah,
to this
we're gonna
guy's
open this
channel.
Streams. I'm not sure how it is now. Well, merchant. Around and saying
What is that?
really boring.
So that is a new term I just heard right now. It's my first time hearing that term. Oh my goodness. Yeah, I'm still surprised this guy is platformed. Nah, he's just acting. He's just acting. I, I think he's just trolling, you know? It's it's all for getting the views, you know? In his mind, he thinks like I'm going to act like I don't know what that is. And I'm pretty sure a lot of people will react to it.
Any topic he talks about, actually.
Yeah.
Political guru.
That is like a lot of people who supports terrorism. Each and everyone who watches this guy supports terrorism. And if you know anyone, of course, it's hard to know because again, they're not using their real names, but still, it's kind of scary that there's a lot of people.
It's Arma. Oh, god damn!
That is a lot of people supporting terrorism. Again, there was like a bombing, a terrorist bombing just last Sunday on an Orthodox church. 25 people were killed, and this guy supports it. Amazing, right? And Twitch is platforming this guy. Maybe Twitch also supports what he supports. It just makes sense. It's a connection thing. Exactly. Exactly. I think a lot of people has mentioned that the terror supporter is a, you know, a socialist as well. And he can easily fund the defense of his friends. Guess what? Guess what? You got sued. No, no wonder, no wonder. Okay, I don't know any one of these people, and I have never seen any of their content. But I can see why. She's called the Queen of Owning, or the Queen of Self-Owning. They're just amazing. It doesn't matter if you delete it because
it's just a bit of an
the
effort. I
other
can't
side,
wait till that smug
the
look is
lawyer,
absolutely wiped off her face. The next part, she was
the
actually
lawyers or
convinced that
lawyer,
she was
they
stealing
already
it, and
have,
what she did
they
was
already
she
downloaded
put it towards
copies
her case. Here, we'll
of
make
everything. They have
uh,
like maybe a,
is you
100
check your bank
terabyte
account. Chase
drive
refunded you
with
an extra $50. You might
all
like
your
that idea.
videos in it.
They were supposed to refund themselves.
Is there theft in socialism? I'm not. I'm not an expert in socialism, so I wouldn't know. So these people are all socialists, right? Or maybe it's just the terrorist supporter. Well, I guess she's also a terrorist supporter because she supports a terrorist supporter. It's like, again, it's a connection thing. It's like tell me who your friends are and I will tell you who you are. So there you go. So they talk about morals. Amazing. I'm pretty sure they don't know what that is. If you can support terrorism, you're absolutely devoid of morals. There you go. He just gave, he just gave everyone permission to do the same thing on his properties. My goodness, that is an implicit permission. It doesn't matter because it has been documented.
I want to explain this stuff. I'm slapping in general. So that's not a thing.
I would really advise everyone to check out Legal Mindset's reaction to the Ethan Klein lost video, and he also uploaded an updated one because when I watched it, it was live, I think. So he was also reading super chats, but he uploaded an updated version where he removed all the super chats in the video. So it was only like 20 minutes. So go and check that out because it's a reaction and an opinion of an actual lawyer.
The way that you feel about something isn't the way the
Yeah, I also,
if she doesn't
learned that
right now because
again from watching,
normal like
uh,
allowing you to do that shit.
watching or reacting to
But anyways, she then
content and videos, learned that this lady is the one who put a bounty on Grums. Amazing, right?
in a court of law.
These are highly moral people
What I will do, however, is show you guys
in their heads. And that particular clip,
makes her look like an evil and obnoxious.
it has been downloaded and added
Wrong about everything regarding this situation.
added to the I guess what do you call this, list of evidences or evidence. Yeah, yeah, I would also watch it. I, that's why you can't have woke judges.
this immediately is countersuing for
You can never ever have woke judges.
if they do
Will Twitch do that? Will Twitch do that?
breaking the law, right?
We will see. Okay, I have absolutely no faith
To do that. I don't know that.
in
I'm not
Twitch
certain about it.
when it comes to
Bro, cut that thumb. No, I'm just
when
saying,
it comes to the terrorist supporter and
because it can still
his
be
friends.
used as evidence that
Asmongold
doesn't care about people doing this if something bad happens in the
Asmongold,
future, right? It's the precedent that it sets, not necessarily the
I
fact
guess you can
right?
say,
Like, I mean, the thing itself,
has
I don't
like
think
a higher chance of getting banned
it's the precedent
in
and
Twitch
that issue more than anything else.
Honestly,
than this
No,
gang of
no,
terrorist supporters.
But if a court of law forced him to do it, be ironic.
Again, guys, if you want to watch the video without me talking over it, and you want to see the you want to see it in full screen,
Everybody should be invited.
um,
That shit would go harder than the Super Bowl.
you can do so by going to
About his experience with
More Pegasus' channel in YouTube.
breakup in which his
Well, I don't know because I don't care about things like that. The only reason why I'm interested in this particular drama is because it involves copyright, copyright infringement, fair use. Because if you're a content creator, you should be interested in this because if this push through and it goes to trial, it will at least have some kind of effect on content creators. Again, this is a case between a copyright between copyright versus fair use. So that kind of drama between someone's girlfriend and relationship, not interested in that.
You don't qualify for denim sympathies. Denim's here obviously got a
I don't even know who that iDubbbz is. Again, I don't know any of these people until the Ethan Klein lawsuit. Exactly. Now she's famous. Well, at least I'm pretty sure she got like maybe a few thousand additional followers. That's just how the internet works. Again, 8 billion people on the planet. That's a lot of people. And there are a lot of people out there that have weird interests, kinks, fetishes.
Not only because they know so that we would
Does she know what an incel means?
Oh my God, you are not the main character. I speak for the entire internet when I say we do not care.
Again, it's just my opinion, but whenever I see someone driving and live streaming and talking while they're driving, I feel kind of afraid for them or scared for them because it looks dangerous. You're driving, there are other cars around you, and you're live streaming. That means your focus is on two things. Can you really focus on driving while you're live streaming? I don't think so. And that is super dangerous. Just because just one mistake and there are other cars around you. Maybe those cars have their families in them, and because you're stupid to cause an chaos or an accident, now they're also suffering. Anyway. Anyway. Maybe it's just me. I really don't like. I don't. I don't feel that way if the car is not moving, because there are people who live stream inside the car because it's quiet. You know, there are no. I guess you can say the background noise is eliminated, but most of the ones I've seen, the vehicle is parked, or the car is parked and it's not moving. But when it's moving and you're actually driving, it's kind of scary for the other vehicles around you. Anyway, what do I know? I don't drive cars. Okay, so that was oh, it's what happened. Why is this Endymion?
See?
Okay, there you go. Okay, so that was more Pegasus. Pegasus, I guess you can say, further coverage of the Ethan Klein lawsuit drama. I guess you can call it a drama because, hey, it got everything. It got comedy. It got action. It got people crying. It has. I'm sorry about that. Anyway, guys, again, if you guys want to see the video or watch the video without me talking over it, all you have to do is go to More Pegasus YouTube channel. It's right there. Just search More Pegasus and you'll find it. I don't think there are other More Pegasuses out there. In any case, I'll be right back. And we're back. Welcome back, everybody. Um, so what do we have here? We have here a video from Dr. Disaster, the space pirate that pays taxes. We're going to react to one of his videos, and this one is titled Backlash. Blood of Dawn Walker crushes CD Project Red. This is how CDPR once was. Now they're toast. Okay, Blood of Dawn Walker. I think this was the Twitcher like Witcher like game. Um, I saw the gameplay teaser or release while watching Asmongold's reaction to it, and unfortunately, the game looks good, you know, but it also gave me that Unreal Engine 5 vibe to it. I don't know. Uh, games made with Unreal Engine 5, they tend to have the same vibe. It's like that the game was made in Unreal Engine 5. Anyway, let's go check this out. Wait. Okay, so there you go. I screwed up once again. Yeah, I screwed up because I just realized I was like sitting here and wait. Why is the speaker's volume indicator, why is it not moving? That is why I hate switching between my headphones and my speaker. because I would forget to switch my audio source in OBS. Again, it's not anybody's fault, it's my fault. It is 100% my fault. Okay, anyway, oh wow.
Put themselves in the unenviable position.
Yeah, I was sitting and I looked at OBS and
AAA video game.
I was like,
Clearly noticed
what's wrong with the volume indicator?
to their.
Why is it not moving?
Holy f***ing shit!
Think about it. Someone who's confident about their game and the reception to it by gamers.
The Witcher 4 dev says it's very clear that Ciri is the right choice.
They are practically.
Again, it doesn't really matter.
It reads.
They can as the developer
Their mind up
of the game, they can do whatever they want.
until they've had the chance to.
The thing is, they shouldn't expect
The game is out. Well, guys, if people
they shouldn't expect
actively judging your
their
if you don't like it,
the actual people who
damn well,
wants Witcher
I made a teensy mistake.
to play the game.
it has become extremely
Sure,
that CDPR is
some people will buy the game and play it,
as an example. Look at the profile of
but
now. They're another one of these studios who decided
don't expect
to change their profile pic to a little
a what do you call this?
that is just
If the game doesn't do well,
bringing all.
or don't expect the game to do well when released.
This is clearly no longer the same studio that it once was.
I've lost my marbles.
Meanwhile, the studio that they once were has moved.
And there's nothing wrong in making a game for the modern audience.
Who put together The Witcher 3, including the game's director, have left
If a producer, a game development company,
playing here.
a studio wants to make content, entertainment for the modern audience,
Here is what
there's nothing wrong with it.
it looks like right now. It's just
What's wrong is blaming
telling you who they are and what they're
blaming the masses,
ass. And
the
because
general public,
Wolves conducts themselves
for not consuming what they made.
controversy causing
Because obviously
meanwhile, see
they made the decision to make
games like dipshits.
the content for the modern audience, and if the modern audience did not show up,
You racist!
they shouldn't blame the general public. It's not the general public's fault.
I'm gonna cry.
Unfortunately, that keeps happening. Yeah, that, for example, with the Dragon Age, the Woke Guard, that game failed, and I've seen content creators creating content saying that the developers are still, up to this day, are blaming
Parties,
the gamers for not playing their
share
game.
with friends, subscribe to the channel if you haven't already.
Now, that is wrong.
Upload
Okay, that is wrong.
on Rumble as well. So make sure
It's not the gamer's fault.
on that site too.
Gamers
Alrighty,
are not
see what we have going on here with CD Projekt Red,
required to play your game.
Rebel Wolf Studio.
If they don't want to play it, it's the same idea.
I really like the
You are the one making the game.
fact for what
Make the game however you want to make it.
positive vibes from anyone who watched it.
But
This game
as for the consumers,
brand new studio,
if your game doesn't appeal to them,
1,000 views in about a day on IG
they have all the right to not buy it and play it.
likes to virtual.
It works both ways.
This is a game
Okay? It works both ways.
because it genuinely looks like a good game. and because the studio
The thing is,
reason not to trust them.
they wanted their way to work. You know,
Endorse Blood of the Dawn
they don't care about
that's at least
what the other side wants,
some of the details about the game.
and that is very selfish.
You play as a human.
It's very selfish, and that's the reason why they're failing.
Play during the day.
They're only thinking about themselves.
Hours. You're just
Oh, I'm going to make this game, and I'm going to sell it to everyone, and everyone will like it. Really?
as a human.
Really?
You can do stuff like
Everyone will just like it?
size, a feature which I don't remember having.
That is not how the real world works.
One of my beloved old favorites, Bushido Blade 2. Apparently, this is a very wide open game where there's no difference between a side and a main quest. There's just a series.
This game is not for me. This game is not for me because I like games where I can create my own character.
30 days, meaning you get
And this game has a, I guess, specific protagonist that you can't change as far as I know. Maybe it has a character creation. Who knows?
story quickly, but majority
But if it's similar to The Witcher, or The Witcher series,
due to the time constraints, to me, that just makes for interesting.
okay,
You see,
haven't played The Witcher, so maybe it has a character creation.
Rebel Wolves, and the game
Because even if your game has a specific character, you can still have a character creation.
looks, which is what I want to be talking about all the time. As a fan of video games, that's what I want to be discussing. Would a studio like CD
That is the reason why I haven't played The Witcher. I have The Witcher 1, 2, and 3.
their social,
I haven't played any of it.
which is why nobody trusts their ass. The reason that people are questioning Ciri in The Witcher 4 has little to do with actual story reasons. Sure, there are some questions about whether or not a female can even become a Witcher in the old lore, but
If the developers of The Witcher wants their next main character,
amount of sense from a narrative perspective, the problem isn't a
they want her to be a female and they want her to be Ciri.
CD Projekt Red has allowed themselves to become just another
There's nothing stopping them. No one will stop them.
progressive
Again, they can do whatever they want.
when to shut up and stop trying
There's nothing wrong with it.
little lectures to normal
What's wrong is blaming the gamers
that
when the game fails.
a character like Ciri, who's
That is wrong.
to many people seems to have been uglified compared to how she used to look.
It's like the saying, you made your bed, now sleep in it. You know?
Well, it's natural to wonder if Ciri is just a vehicle being used by these people to push their propaganda. We come by our suspicions honestly. Look at this here. This is a video that I've shown before talking about ESG and DEI initiatives from CDPR. Or here's someone
So CDPR, this is the same company that made
who last year
Cyberpunk,
said that they have to pull every lever to push
right?
LGBT agendas into entertainment.
I'm not quite sure because
On to the company as a
I haven't played Cyberpunk.
here's them showing off
I have no interest in playing Cyberpunk, number one.
on act.
It wouldn't run on my PC. And I'm not really a fan of
Into
I think it's in first person.
describe the looks of your own brains. Or we've got this
I
example
could be wrong. Again, I haven't played Cyberpunk.
this scholarship that excludes men because of course it does. The examples go on and on, but this is a company that very visibly embraces all of the social justice, progressive crap that gamers have gotten so sick of in the past
Wisbit
several
says,
years. And look,
"Are you
it is
thinking of buying a
possible
game?
that The Witcher
Please
4
use
still
my
ends up
G2A
being a good
affiliate link
game.
in the
I'm
description
open
below.
to that
Like,
possibility,
disclosure,
but you
I
simply
will get a
cannot
commission
blame
from your
a lot of
purchase.
us for suspecting
you.
that it will be preachy and annoying based on the pattern that we've seen. That's why CDPR has to resort to articles like this, little puff pieces from their game journalist buddies to try to convince us that we are crazy for judging the game too early. But in truth, they just don't want to be judged at all. unless it is completely positive all the time. A culture of toxic positivity is what these doofuses support, and this sort of article comes off as a tantrum from one who doesn't understand that we as gamers just want to play video games, and we are tired of the girl boss trope, and we are very suspicious of any character that might fit into that trope, and we are very suspicious of any studio that talks this much about non-gaming issues. But I'm going to leave it there. What do you think about these two games? Do you approve of one over the other? If so, then why? Drop your thoughts into the comment section below, and we will talk there. Thanks for watching, me hearties. If you haven't already, your Admiral is inviting you to subscribe to the channel.
As long as the game is fun to play, I guess.
Life as a space pirate may not be glamorous, but there's always plenty of booty.
If the game is fun and it's not trying to convert you to a religion, to follow a certain religion, why not? Anyway, that was Dr. Disaster again. Dr. Disaster is a space pirate that pays taxes. How did I know? Because he said it in one of his videos that he pays taxes. I guess Dr. Disaster is a good pirate, a law-abiding pirate.
Tapestry and itself. Visit Kabalyero page.
Anyway, guys, if you guys want to watch the video without me talking nonsense over it, you can just go to Dr. Disaster's YouTube channel and watch it there. Also, give it a like. Support Dr. Disaster, because he's also not a fan of the modern audience that doesn't exist. I think that was the reason why he started this channel, because he got tired of the modern audience that doesn't exist, and why all these entertainment companies, whether they're game developers or movie studios, keep making content for an audience that doesn't exist. Okay, so guys, be right back. Okay, so we're back. We are back. By the way, the game in the background is Stein World. That is a live game, by the way. There you go. I just moved my character. Okay. You can play the game on your browser, and it's free. It's free to play. You can get it. Well, you don't get it. You just go to the website. The website is stein.world. Again, it's free to play. Just go to the website, create an account, and start playing. Let's go back to this. Okay, so here we have a video from Actual Justice Warrior. I think I've seen a few videos from the Actual Justice Warrior. So I guess the Actual Justice Warrior is different from social justice warriors. Before woke became popular, there were social justice warriors. Now they're just one of the same. I'm pretty sure I'm messing up the praise. Anyway, let's go check out this video because the title is quite funny. H3 sues the dumbest people online by Actual Justice Warrior. Let's see and find out why or how these people are the dumbest people in the internet.
And it was in this setting that I formulated an idea. What if I could make a long-form, irresistible piece of content that I knew that these streamers couldn't resist, they couldn't avoid the temptation of watching it the second it was published?
I don't have an issue with them.
It's not that I wanted these people to steal my video. It's that I knew they would. I knew they would watch the entire video, add little to no commentary, react to it instantly, giving them no time to form an opinion. The trap was set, and
He knows.
better than I imagined it would.
He knows when I'm lonesome. I think she knows.
In its entirety immediately after it was published. Now the thing is, there
She
were
cries when I'm sad.
above and beyond to commit
She's up
infringement.
in the good times.
Sits here silently with nearly 50,000 live viewers. That's 30 times.
Wait.
Ethan Klein has done
There he is.
proven beyond any shadow of a doubt that Jenk's nephew
I was kind of worried that
probably the stupidest people
it was just a re-upload of Ethan Klein's lawsuit video.
against 3 specific creators who thought it would be a good idea
That would be bad.
world that they were restreaming his content, Nuke, his own intellectual property, on their Twitch channels for the sole purpose of violating his copyright. Yes, they were that.
Because
And not only was Ethan smart in filing the suit against these
re-uploading something is not
incredibly intelligent in that
it's not
actually registered
what I would call transformative.
as a copyright trademark with the U.S. Library of Congress in order to establish that he does in fact have a case.
There's one thing about copyright you should know is that you got to register it before you publish to be eligible for statutory damages and attorney's fees, which is the main biting force. Of
Okay, so now we know.
you guys now.
Now we know how a copyright lawsuit
Content
works.
with the United States Library.
This was also verified by a lawyer that reacted to Ethan Klein's lawsuit video,
Winning these absolute deuce, the panic,
and another lawyer.
all their denials and
I
deflections.
guess you can say
He got them.
at least 2 lawyers already confirmed
The actual
that that's how it works.
joint.
Let me tell you guys a story. About a year and a half ago, it's a big
Okay, so I think that was Anna. Anna Kasparian of
going on in the streaming
the Young Dicks, the Young Turks.
fair use. People like Hassan
I guess they're not so young anymore.
would watch other creators' entire video on their stream. They would rarely add sufficient commentary or even pause the video to speak. Mostly
How can they call themselves the Young Turks when they're not so young? Maybe they should change the name to the Not So Young Turks anymore.
had to say about this phenomenon.
And then after a few more years, the Senior Turks.
I do mind when they play the entirety of my video. A face cam in the corner or the occasional interruption does nothing to address that issue. My video is still being played from beginning to end in someone else's stream or video. It's neither ethical nor necessary to feature the entirety of someone else's work. Or, they could do the bare minimum and ask for permission.
This was
Ever done when they stream.
one of the lawyers commented
But to answer your
about that.
no,
He said that sometimes it's necessary to show the entire video for context.
A basis of fair use law and
And I would agree because there are a lot of people out there that will clip
pretty solid
parts of the video
cause case that
and
of fair use.
create a narrative from it.
Is your ability to use clips or certain segments of other people's work in order to actually add to your own work, as long as it is transformative in nature, not a market substitute for the original, and it's not meant to deprive the original author
Yeah, this is not a.
to them.
My reaction is not a substitute. That's why if you guys don't want to hear anybody talking over
Different clips and whatnot,
the video,
something that is wholly new and transformative.
well, you can
I were just sitting in the
you can watch the video without me talking over it
commentary
by going to the actual Justice Warriors YouTube channel.
pirating that work, redistributing it, and violating the copyright of the original owner. But Twitchers don't seem to think that the rules apply to them. So time and time again, we've seen a
Because for this particular group of terrorist supporters,
MasterChef
Twitch actually empowered them.
watch party, but in reality, this is nothing more than plain, blatant copyright infringement that eventually is going to come to a head in a major lawsuit that's going to end up restricting the rights of creators like myself due to an overly broad ruling in response to the abuses that are very common amongst streamers and Twitchers. And Ethan has been on this and against this for years. In fact, he called out Jank's nephew for this when they shared a podcast called Leftovers, and he debated other creators on this issue. And by the way, he included clips of examples of his position on this in his own video, so you could see what he means.
Even though theoretically I could sue a lot more creators and rake in millions of dollars, but the purpose of this is not financial gain. People like XQC and Asmongold may have watched the entire thing, but I would never sue them just for doing that. I don't want to chill the reaction community into fear. Actually, the opposite.
One of the lawyers said Ethan Klein wouldn't win against Asmongold.
Destroy the commentary community as we know it.
Well, guys,
That's why
you enjoyed
it's a good idea not to sue Asmongold.
the video, follow, subscribe, throw a prime.
The state of reaction content on Twitch is so broke,
Besides, Asmongold,
looking right into a camera and saying,
like him or not,
I'm still
he does give his opinion
not a help.
on
And when people like
whatever it is he is reacting to.
Sony or Disney comes along, sues everybody, and sets a devastating precedent that could endanger our entire field.
Now, of course, there's different varieties of this kind of content abuse, of this nonsense that is clearly and obviously not fair use. And one of the most funny ones is Jank's nephew, who's the largest left-wing political streamer on Twitch.
I call that guy terror supporter because
Asmongold, who essentially abandons his stream
that's what he is. He is a terror supporter.
and lets the video play while he's gone, while he's eating chicken, while he's in the bathroom.
I think it's more impactful than
And this is obviously
Jank's nephew.
informative content is supposed to be about.
Ironically, after this debate and in the wake of this large conversation, the problem seems to have only gotten worse. You have people like Hassan Piker paving the way of fair use with what's known as chair reacts, when Hassan gets up to go to the bathroom, or to eat, or to talk to his mom, or to do whatever, disappears for an extended period of time and leaves the video playing for his chair. Mr. Chair, they call it.
IDF had warned people to leave the area around the main airport in Sana. Then
This operation will result in killing hostages in captivity. Will result in the death of third
We're a community. Well, I've been speaking to
This is you playing a video of somebody else's work in its entirety, which, by the way, people don't go and check out after the fact, depriving that person of income, while at the same time you are building yourself up, your own income up, and of course you are profiting off of this. And I'm not
Also, I'm not getting any income
in its entirety
from
talking about commentary and whatnot, but the
from YouTube because I'm not a partner.
at least
I'm also not a partner in Rumble.
transformative. Otherwise, you're just
I am an affiliate in Twitch, but no one watches my videos in Twitch, so I made like $50 in maybe a decade in Twitch.
don't actually want to give him the views
Yeah.
and thus the money associated with that. And in addition to that, each and every one of them said throughout the course of
And again, this is not a alternative. It's not a market substitute to the original video.
the day that his video was released.
It's one thing for a subreddit to admit it's engaging in copyright infringement.
That is why if you want to see the the full video without me
Well, guys,
talking over it,
not giving
saying nonsensical things, just go to the Actual Justice Warriors YouTube channel. You will find the video there.
Turns out they just do it for you. You couldn't cook up a more incriminating statement if you tried. Denim's the queen of self-owning. You prevail again.
A lot of people have been wanting to watch this without necessarily supporting Ethan.
The reason is because they kept saying that they are taking away views from the original video.
So comfortable. We've given each complaint a clever little title.
Why would you say that?
She smoked more than she spoke. Casey Tron smokes 42 times during her reaction. And just as a silly thought experiment, we thought, wouldn't it be funny if she spent more time smoking than she did talking? And thinking there was no way that that could be true.
The only reason I see
15 minutes, 40 seconds
why you'll say something like that is that
55 seconds of
you don't understand what you're you don't understand what you're saying. And you also don't understand
quote unquote
what copyright is.
exiting. Here she is getting up to leave the video running as she steps out of the room. Is that transformative? I guess the judge will decide. She said, quote, "It's time to watch the new Nuke ethically." Hell yeah. Very smart to say on camera, by the way. She said, quote, "Thank you guys so much. I do appreciate everyone's support. And thank you for watching it with me." Well, you are so welcome, and I'm so glad that you were able to enjoy that day. Her commentary is so non-existent that even her own fans begin to call her out.
I don't have anything to say, dude, because he's cycling the same points over and over again. What more commentary do you need on him repeating the same points for the whole first hour and 1 minute and 32 seconds? It's been the same over and over again. Are you gonna make at least one good point? What do you want me to make a point on?
Now, look, that is obviously pretty damning. I mean, they're quite literally saying that they're doing this in a bad faith and malicious way in order to...
Exactly. I don't understand why
Ethan has decided to sue these...
there are people who are
because they have the specific admissions that...
not understanding
his rights.
what's the real reason is.
Possible in order to get...
Either they trying to not really understand it, they're just acting stupid,
is in fact
or maybe they're just really stupid,
in terms of copyright.
you know. Either they're acting stupid and ignoring it,
on Twitch,
or they are actually stupid.
again, basically adding nothing to the content that they're reposting and then re-uploading on YouTube for ad revenue. In my opinion, this is a dangerous track for creators on the internet.com, because if the court rules in a wider
Creators in the internet.com.
previous precedent that Ethan Klein
I don't know, that made me laugh.
in terms of fair use
thinking of
law,
buying the
then I'm
game?
incredibly worried
Please use my
that this
G2
is going to have
affiliate link
negative
in the
impacts
description
on
below.
other creators.
I found it funny.
You give Ethan credit for acknowledging that that's
Don't ask me why.
but also
I don't know myself.
after creators that overtly admitted that their intention was to violate their copyright in order to ensure that he is doing the least damage to fair use possible.
We're relying on you to stay live so we don't give more views on the nuke. Yeah, I'm gonna stream it. Since he confirmed it's coming out today, we're gonna stream it. If you want to watch it with someone else who's already watching it, you know, come enjoy the watch party somewhere else. If you enjoyed not giving any views to that terrible video, follow, subscribe, throw a prime if you liked the content, if you enjoyed your time here. Because I'm going to be honest, I did not want to watch that by myself.
Let me also commercialize it by asking you to reward me financially for stealing his content. That is like chef's kiss. By the way, Denims had a very successful stream. She had 43,000 people watching.
43,000 people
her Twitch stream.
were watching her cleavage.
Watch party. A watch party? I don't think that's fair use.
By setting this hour limit on the process. Now, of course, a bunch
The thing is, you can have a watch party, but do it privately.
Citron, the other two are Denims and Frogan.
I don't think you'll get sued for that because no one knows you're doing a watch party.
After the fact,
Maybe invite your, you know, invite your most loyal viewers, those viewers that gave you thousands of dollars, and
the case that Ethan was bringing against her,
make it private, you know, make it a private watch party. I think can you do a private live stream in Twitch? I'm not quite sure. Maybe they can do it in other platforms like maybe Patreon, where they can paywall their content. Oh, what happened? Okay, hold on. I have no idea what happened. Okay, my browser crashed. My browser crashed. Oh my god. Okay, hold on. I need to restart everything. My browser crashed.
Kophistry Ambit says, visit Kabalyero's KO5 page at link. Wizbot says, are you thinking of buying a game? Please use my G2A affiliate link in the description below. Link, disclosure, I will get a commission from your purchase. Thank you.
I apologize for the mess because my browser crashed.
Link, disclosure, I will get a commission from your purchase. Thank you. Kophistry Ambit says, visit Kabalyero's KO5 page at link. Wizbot says, are you thinking of buying a game? Please use my G2A affiliate link in the description below. Link, disclosure, I will get a commission from your purchase. Thank you. Wizbot says, are you thinking of buying a game? Please use my G2A affiliate link in the description below. Link, disclosure, I will get a commission from your purchase.
So because my browser crashed, the the TTS went insane. Again, I apologize for that. I'm just setting up my browser because it crashed. Okay, there you go. The video is, I guess, showing. So you can see over there that says Opera has recovered from a crash. Yeah, it crashed. Okay, we don't need to see that again. Where were we? That's the question. Where were we? Okay, so we were here at the 43,000 viewers that watched a cleavage. Good for them, you know. Good for them. And I don't get it. I don't get it.
Successful stream. She had 43,000 people watching her live. Take a look at the title of her Twitch stream. Ethan Klein Hassan Content Nuke Watch Party. A watch party? I don't think that's fair use.
By setting this outer limit on the process. Now, of course...
Okay, so because my browser crashed, the game in the background
I think one of them is called Caseytron.
crashed as well.
Denims and Frogan. And we talked about Denims as somebody who endorsed the CPS call against Ethan and his children after the fact. She was platforming ridiculous allegations before the fact in order to get this call to happen, or not to get the call to happen per se, but this inspired a lot of people presumably to make that call. And obviously I was going to scrutinize the case that Ethan was bringing against her more than the others based on the fact that there's a personal grievance right there based on her going completely out of bounds of what is acceptable. But the fact is, he has her dead to rights, repeating that she's doing this intentionally time and time again, and that is the intent to violate his copyright, and it couldn't be more clear.
And would you be surprised if I told you she said a lot of incriminating things in that podcast? The queen of self-own never disappoints.
I want to be clear on my opinion on like filler content and stuff. Like, I think filler content, like, you shouldn't do it. I know I do it as a react stream, and I try to do it only when I do it with like Vox videos or Vice videos and stuff like that, because
So basically, in our mind,
content creator and not like a whole
if you do bad things to
5 million views. I only
people that you deem
what I'm taking
or you decided or judged as bad,
whereas like I would feel very bad about doing that to like a
that is not wrong.
The majority of people say that they literally wouldn't watch Hell's Kitchen unless I was streaming. And it doesn't necessarily mean that I'm reacting hard enough. You know, I'm sure if you click on a random part in the video, I might not be saying anything, I'm sure, whatever. And I might walk away from the stream. But it's about like the colonial thing. It's why like Poe started streaming Death Note. It's not about the actual show at a certain point. It's the same reason you watch shows with your friends. You want to watch it with other people. A lot of people go to watch streamers on Twitch for their react content almost as a curator. So they don't actually want to go through YouTube themselves and watch a bunch of videos, and they probably never will go through YouTube and click a bunch of videos. They like going to Twitch because they like to have it as like, this streamer is curating fun content that I want to watch.
Now, because these creators appear to be completely dead to rights, because these creators obviously are infringing on other people's copyrights, other people's creative works, they are obviously scared, and they're trying to run defense and throw out a bunch of different accusations against Ethan Klein, like saying that the reason why he tried to get Jank's nephew to watch the content nuke on him was because he planned on suing Jank's nephew. But Ethan has already explained this, and if you guys don't know, there is validity to this explanation, that as soon as he convinced him or asked him to watch this work on stream, that is a de facto license for him to do so. Therefore, Ethan is waiving his rights to sue him. This was not in any way, shape, or form a conspiracy against Jank's nephew. This was him protecting his copyrighted work and basically doing a two birds with one stone kind of situation, where he gets to go after some people that are abusing the system for years, that he's been concerned about for years, while at the same time calling out Jank's nephew for his repeated support of terrorism. So again, you'll see on social media a lot of people throwing stuff against the wall to see what sticks, but in reality, these are obvious cases, in my opinion, of copyright infringement, and Ethan has played this pretty perfectly. The only thing that I'm concerned about is that the precedent that could be set would be much broader than it needs to be for this particular case. But Ethan's having a good time. He's making jokes about it. He's encouraging them to do a crowdfunding campaign because he wants more money when the case is over.
You know, and to all the detractors who are saying that I'm targeting women, that I'm a hypocrite for suing for copyright infringement, I just have this to say. I don't care. What I do hope, though, is that you'll support their crowdfunding efforts to defend themselves. Because let's face it, I want to make sure there's money left over for me when I win my lawsuits. Thanks for watching, everybody. It's been a great time. I'll see you around.
And honestly, the fact that Ethan just keeps coming at these people with jokes and comedy just makes me smile. It makes you feel a little bit like it's the old Ethan, even though in reality, when you break down Ethan's positions, he's still very left-wing, and I obviously disagree with that, but he just happens to be...
Yeah, he is. Ethan Klein is left-wing.
Particular case, the political...
That's why I don't...
What's at issue here?
I don't watch any of his videos. This is the exception because this is, I would say, it's non-political.
The original creator of anything that is due to them. Again, these people don't even encourage you to subscribe to the channel
Thank you
they're
so
watching all
much.
the videos from in order to deprive said channel of income that is owed to them because it's all about them and they know that on their own they're not entertaining enough to hold people's attention during these streams. And again, it would be so easy when you walk away from the screen to have some kind of I'll be back screen or something of the sort. When I streamed on my channel, I didn't just leave videos playing when I was gone. I often had, when I had an OBS set up, a be back soon kind of card. And just because some viewers drop off when you're leaving doesn't mean that you have the right to abuse other people's copyright.
Thank you so
and steal from them.
much.
And again, this is something very different than what I do, where I spend time to craft videos, to edit in clips, to make sure I say links are in the description, check out the original and whatnot. This is them just stealing content. Again, sometimes it's mainstream TV shows, and it's better that Ethan actually sue and hopefully we get a narrow precedent rather than Fox or Nickelodeon or one of these major companies that are going to try to ruin this thing for the rest of us. But you know what? Those are just my thoughts on this situation. Like I said, I do fear there could be some backlash. This could end up biting us all in the
Thank
rear
you
end.
so
But
much.
Ethan seems to have done his absolute best to get accountability for this content theft without setting a broad precedent. But I want to know what you guys think about that down in the comments below. As per usual, if you like the video, show them by leaving a like, subscribe for more content, follow me on my social medias, support me via the support links in the description of this video. This has been me talking about Ethan Klein taking down the Twitchers that steal people's content.
Okay, so that was actual social justice's thoughts regarding the Ethan Klein lawsuit against people who violated his copyright, I guess. If you guys want to watch the video without anyone talking over it and doing other things and without browsers crashing, all you have to do is go to Actual Justice Warriors YouTube channel. It's right there. You can see it right there, and you'll be able to watch the full length of the video without any distraction. Anyway, guys, thank you for I was going to say thank you for watching. I'll be right back. Okay, so we're back. Okay, so while I'm here, I'm just going to fix this. That is so weird. The background keeps disappearing. Okay, the only thing that's missing now is the background. So the background is still missing. Okay, now it's showing. I don't know why it. I don't know why. I don't know why it turns black. Is there a reason why? Yeah, it's turning black. I don't know. Okay, so I'm going to close this. So this was the last video that we reacted to. And because the game crashed, so now YouTube is, recreating. The algorithm is choosing what videos to show me based on what I previously watched. Okay, Ethan on Hassan's reaction to the new. Okay, nah, I'm not going to watch that. Okay, so this is what I do when I put up the be right back screen. What I do is I look for content or videos that I'm going to react to. But in that last one, I was actually fixing. I spent the time fixing the I guess the layout of the screen. So I was not able to I guess, pick and choose a a a a video to watch. What is this? I exposed Iran protesters. Yeah. Kanye West and the Daily Wire. They want her fired. Not gonna watch this. Blue Sky suspends. Oh, this was like that. That is old news. Okay. So this was 2 hours ago. BLM judge removed for anti-white hatred. That's why you can't have woke judges. Okay, let's check out what what's the latest in or the latest with Endymion. They want more. More what? Borderlands Force trying to open Pandora's box. Borderlands 4. Okay, let's see what's happening with the V. Lack of entertainment. Okay, let's check out. Let's check this out because I used Nexus Mods. I know it's a woke website, but they have all the mods, so unless an alternative is created, we have no choice. But unfortunately for them, I don't have any money to give them. Okay then. So this is Nexus Mods does the unthinkable lack of entertainment. Okay, let's go check this out.
Ladies and gentlemen, my dear friends, a heresy of great proportion has happened, a transgression against humanity. Some moderator assholes decided to ban a mod because it
What did they do?
female form.
Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness.
Gave them feelings of revulsion. Like what?
I don't understand why. I don't understand why woke communist leftists hate
Not on our
women.
watch. This is the
Seriously.
disgusting display of heterosexuality and
What is there to hate about women?
Now, in the meantime, video games like Baldur's Gate or video games like
Do they also hate their own mothers? Do they hate their own sisters?
that is what keeps the
Grandmothers?
you know,
Maybe?
culture has to replace the old.
I wouldn't put it, behind them or past them
Productive, anything
to
else
do such things.
in our society. It is weird, it is degenerate. All jokes aside though, I don't think that this particular mod was removed because it had nudity. On Nexus mods, you have a plenty
Oh, come on. Come on. There's like
and they get to
gigabytes
So I did a little bit of
of nude mods
stop the panicking.
in Nexus mods.
That the user
That is just if that was the excuse, that was a stupid and nonsensical excuse.
he released this nude mod, and
You can go to Nexus Mod right now and find hundreds of even thousands of nude mods
he gets to pick another color.
from various games.
A see-through skin. And I think
That's just stupid.
people from Nexus Mods are against the idea of purchasing.
I could go to Nexus Mods right now and
kind of like
show everyone.
likes.
But then again,
If you get a lot of them, you get.
I'll get in trouble
And so the system is supposed
for showing it.
allegedly, or
That's why I'm not going to show it. But what you can do is go to. You need to be logged in, okay? If you are not logged in, Nexus mods will not show any, nude mods. You need to create an account and log in. So, guys, go to Nexus mods right now. If you don't believe us, go to Nexus mods right now, create an account, and search for nude. Just type in nude, and you'll find.
They would try this in order to normalize
or nude body or female nude, male nude, naked.
They're testing the water.
You will find a bunch of them from various games.
They are mentally retarded. Like, I'm sorry to say this.
There's even a nude mod for Wuthering Waves.
Especially the ones
that is seriously. There is a nude mod for Wuthering Waves.
To be the same. Like
in Nexus mods.
They don't take into account the culture of a website. They don't take into account the culture of a sub-community. No, what they do is they find a subculture, they acquisition it, they sanitize it, and then they wonder why it's not selling anymore. Well, it's not selling because that's the whole point of a subculture. Because it's different than the main culture. If you create a subculture like the main culture, you don't get people from the mainstream going in. You get people from the subculture walking out. And so, not safe for work mods are some of the most profitable, some of the most sold, and some of the most in high demand. Now, you can regulate them, you can put a disclaimer, make sure that the thumbnail is blurred and people have to click that they're over 18 in order to see it. You can have some common sense things, like maybe you need to apply certain legislations, like certain countries would not let you have any type of nude mods if the character is under the age of 18, so you want to comply with that. Like these are things that most people are going to understand. Even if a chunk of the community might grumble and they may be upset, it's like, okay, fine, but like overall people understand. But if you are going to go out of your way to ban the entire not safe for work shit, and you're destabilizing a big percentage of the community, well, then people don't understand anymore, because there have been artists, there have been people with creative talent that have created their entire business model on this. They pay taxes, they hire people, they have accountants, they got lawyers. Like, it doesn't justify them investing their life work into a website that can ban them on a whim. And so they're going to leave, and their fans are going to leave, and they're going to create another website. But more importantly, this hyper-puritanism...
Honestly, I want someone to create an alternative, a real alternative to Nexus mods.
In a place where you should find not safe for work, then it reeks of corporate trash.
If that happens, why would I even bother going to Nexus mods? Why would I even go to a website that hates me?
I don't fucking know. Maybe because they're more concerned with their brand.
I wouldn't, of course.
With putting actual entertainment. Maybe because people are craving something edgy. Maybe because people are craving something that they haven't played for the last 5 or 6 years. And so this is why video games like Stellar Blade are so popular, and this is why nude mods are also popular. Like, there used to be a time when nude mods weren't this popular, if you can believe it or not. Why? Because everything was risque, everything was erotic, like Mass Effect was erotic, Dragon Age was erotic, and so, like, the nude mods were very down on the list. It's part of the culture, if you starve people of something, they crave it more. If you give people a lot of the thing, they don't want it. And so, not only that, but if you keep doing this, like what many people are assuming in the comment section, is that the next step, they're actually surprised that Nexus mods haven't done it yet, is to claim that they own ownership of every single mod posted on the website. I mean, this is where things are going, right? Like, I expect this decision to pop up any day now.
By the way, when it comes to mods, you don't really own it. It is owned by the game you're modding in.
They can harvest data or any such nonsense.
It's in their TOS.
This is what I get when I see these types of behavior.
It's in the game's TOS.
And maybe this ban was simply done because
if you create a mod in Skyrim or for Skyrim, you don't own that.
And
Bethesda Game Studios owns it.
To allow this person to re-upload the mod without gaming, the endorsement system?
Of course, they wouldn't enforce it because it will make them look bad.
The guy a warning, you know? It's like, hey.
But imagine if that was Nintendo.
Simply
You'll get sued.
mod is a little bit too much, in my opinion. But anyway.
For your own mod.
I want Nexus mods to keep doing this. Like, I want them to fail. I want this website.
Thankfully, Bethesda Game Studios is not Nintendo. Yeah, it's woke. It's Bethesda Game Studios is woke now, but at least they're not yet brain rotted. Who knows? Maybe a few years from now, Bethesda Game Studios will turn from woke to brain rotted.
Free speech. Like, if it's something that a person can install on their own computer, it's no different than a person buying a book and then doodling a penis on it. It's their book. It's their house. It's like, if you can't sit in a society without worrying what some other chuckle fuck from 45 blocks away is doing it to his own house, then there is no justification that the entire society should micromanage every single aspect of your life, because you're a dangerous tyrant. And so Nexus mods, I think, they're going to eventually find this out. Let me know what you guys think, though, and as usual, I will see you in my live stream. Take care.
Okay, so there you go. That was V's, I guess, thoughts on that thing. Again, it doesn't make sense to ban the Stellar Blade nude mod because nude mods are in the thousands in Nexus mods. So if their excuse is because it's a nude mod, don't believe that bullshit. It's bullshit. If I could just show, you know, without getting into trouble, I would do it. But I wouldn't. Anyway, guys, again, if you guys want to watch the the video without me talking over it and saying nonsensical things, just go to V's channel. So it seems that V has a few channels. This one is called Lack of Entertainment. Just like what I did. I searched for Lack of Entertainment and found the video. So do that and you will find V's channel and watch the video there. Be back later. Be right back. Okay, so we're back. We are back, and this time we're going to react to the world's most respected game journalist is a fraud. Why or how? If he is respected, and not just respected, the most respected in the world, why is he a fraud? How did he become a fraud? And this is by Side Scrollers. Let's go find out why the most respected journalist in the world is a fraud.
Get away with some propaganda as long as the game itself is fun enough for people to overlook those things in the game.
So a couple years ago, or actually earlier this year, hold on, let me take another step back even further. Reset one more time. Okay. Dragon Age.
Okay, take two.
And it immediately spikes to the top of the charts. And Jason Schreier, video game journalist enthusiast, man, top tier video game journalist, man, came out with his infamous quote on October 31st, "Get woke, go or top of the charts," right? The infamous tweet here from Jason Schreier. Now, fast forward 8 months, and we all know what happened to Dragon Age Veilguard. It has not performed well at all. It has not retained any sort of audience.
Maybe this guy is the king of self-owning. Because I learned from Ethan Klein's lawsuit that this denim's person is the queen of self-owning. Maybe this guy is the king. You know, if you have a queen, there must be a king.
86 players.
Oh, wow. Okay, that tank's hard.
Yes. Now, let's fast forward. From that original article, after the "Get Woke, Go Broke" or the top of the charts, was deleted, by the way. Totally back down. He has now written an article inside the Dragon Age debacle that gutted EA's BioWare studio. Now, we have gone through and read this entire article here, Blabs.
Yes.
And why don't you just give us a quick, 30 to 45 seconds on this
Right, so this article has a lot of information.
I'm not going to bother reading anything written by, obviously, not
things wrong with this game, from teams
good people.
together, internal fights, layovers and turnovers.
Because you won't get anything good from what they're saying.
Around 2020, and then concising the story to fit it out as fast as you can to a global market, and then changing the wheels on that again to be no, we're going to delay this a couple months. Then there was the strikes for the voice actors, so they couldn't redo any dialogue, they couldn't redo or extend any scenes or add any more content. And then this article does not talk about, obviously, the big change in pop culture, really. It does not talk about, the woke, if you want to call it, and all that other stuff. None of it is in there. Honestly, this game was destined to be failure since day one is the biggest takeaway. There was lots of internal fighting. Lots of it. No one could agree on stuff.
And my thought on that is, that's awesome. I don't care. Right?
Well, that does have a huge impact on this game.
Yeah, so I go back to the greatness of Bill Parcells. Kirsty, do you know Bill Parcells?
The name does not ring a bell. I'm bad at names.
Bill Parcells is a famous football coach. He coached the Patriots.
Oh, it's
Nothing about sports ball.
it's a sports.
So Bill Parcells is
It's a sports analogy.
famous saying. And the saying is, "Don't tell me about the pain. Just show me the
Maybe if that was a gaming analogy,
final product." And I think that's how the vast majority of people
we would have known who that person is.
buy video.
Maybe.
They don't care about all the drama that will
A big maybe.
They don't care how you got there, as long as you got there and you delivered a product here.
Mhm.
I don't care about the teams that didn't get along together. I don't care about that. What I care about is that when presented with a game about that, I had to learn about they, them, and have to do pull a bar for Mr. and sit through cutscenes. That's what I care about. Yes, that's what I care about here. Now, Paul Tossi was tweeting about it.
Wow, it looks like Blabs is and Craig. I just noticed it. Oh, I was so used to seeing the two of them side by side into Windows. I thought they were into Windows, just connected together. But no, they're actually in the same room. Look at that.
Its audience by YouTubers making fun of its quest about pronouns. This is the game that proved that approval from Asmongold matters more than approval from IGN for launching a successful game.
Yeah, the YouTube.
That is such a stupid take.
And they are not happy about that.
Oh.
Because it assumes that every gamer in the world watches and knows who Asmongold is.
That can in fact be damaging. And yes,
Many
something
might know him, but it doesn't mean they watches him.
cater to that, but it's where it's at. Now, Asmongold has responded.
They just couldn't take the fact that the game failed because it was
Actually,
a slop. It was shit.
I just want to point out,
It was crap.
this article did say that they had a failure of marketing.
Well, yeah, of course they did. It was a horrible message.
Well, I mean, yeah, for sure, but I just wanted to state that.
Yes.
So Zach says, while I'm sure making videos is a rallying point, the reality is that most people consume content that reinforces what they already believe. There are people who adamantly defend woke games, but no one watches them because those ideas and viewpoints are inherently unpopular.
Correct. Yes, 1000%.
A hard agree. Maybe Anna should read some of Zach's posts here.
Right. Now, he responded back with the term influencer exists for a reason. People like you or Rogan or whoever also shape views on topics, not just act as a mirror. On top of that, negative content will get 10x the attention as positive, which applies to the whole anti-woke industry and why it's so successful here. And
well, there's a line though, right? Because people don't like it if you're just all doom and gloom all the time. And like, as the only person who reports on stuff in regards to Bridge, like, I understand that very well because like my Bridge stuff doesn't typically get huge views in the first place. But if I go too long with talking about Bridge stuff, like obviously that affects. And people are just like, oh, the corpo speak, Kirsha, please, I can't take it. And it's like, I get it. Like, my eyes glaze over too, man. Like, you can't just keep harping on the same points all the time. I know people be like, I want something happy. Give me something positive.
Right, and people will do the same with side scrollers, and they say, oh, all you do is talk about negative stuff. No. We talk about, like, you clearly don't watch the show if all you think is we talk about negative all day long. We have such a great time on the show every day. It's super duper fun. But somebody actually
they do.
back. Now this person
I've watched maybe a few of their podcasts or live stream in full.
Oh, I don't know.
It's kind of long. It's like 2 hours long, but
have you ever considered when quite clearly the majority of gamers
they just don't talk about negative things.
Failure of each and every one of these games, that perhaps you may be the one on the wrong side of this. Just ask yourself that one question and then genuinely critically examine your own stance and side, which I don't think any of these people have done here. But I think this is a very fine question here. You know?
I think a lot of people are just incapable of the self-reflection necessary to think maybe I'm on the wrong side here.
That's why when I was like watching Smash JT's reaction video to
where Paul Tossi says
the quartering.
He says it's not
the quartering was in that in his video was self-reflecting. He knew he was lazy. He knew he became lazy. He knew he lost his passion. He knew he was like, because he was stating them. He was stating the things that he did wrong. And he was doing that while being stressed out and being anxious, and he was like all over the place, and he was clearly
because it's fun to play.
he was clearly suffering from something. And then there's this guy just laughing at it. I was done at that point. Unless, of course, the quartering did something horrible, which I did a search and did not really find anything.
And so you had tons
I was really confused. I did not understand why this guy was laughing at him.
the game is fun to play and that's what matters. And so
And that was it. I was done.
As long as
It was the same with the Geek and Gamers. I was like,
overlook those things in the game.
I wouldn't say I was a big fan, but because they talk about gaming and movies and superheroes, which are things I like, I was watching them. And then I saw this video of them complaining that they did not get a contract from Rumble.
Sure it has a great package.
They were like little kids.
That'll drag it down.
They were like little kids crying over
Can be very much
not being given a candy or a toy or something. And at that point, I was done.
Paul, he said
That was not the thing I want to see from
compared to Dragon Age Belgar, compared to
their channels.
compared to Val. Oh yeah,
Anyway.
right, Concord. Right? So how is it?
I digress.
How's that loud minority speaking? I would say it's speaking pretty loud, and that's the most fascinating thing about all this is I said this over on X. Like this dude can't burst out of his echo chamber to see that the vast majority of people don't have any time for any of this nonsense.
Mm-hmm.
So they reject and they vote with their wallet, as they should. I'm not alone though.
Ammonia?
Merrick, who is the CEO of CI Games. Now, CI Games, if you recall, they are the folks behind Lords of the Fallen. Merrick.
They reached out to me too. They're very nice.
Oh, did they?
Yeah.
Oh, you should say hello. Merrick came out, pretty base dude, said completely agree with Asmongold. When creators stop resonating with their audience, people move on. Gamers are tired of being marginalized. This is the fallout. The rise of creators like Asmongold shows us how many people are fed up with woke. Great to see more creators unafraid to speak out. No place for social and political agendas in gaming.
Agreed.
And that I think,
Just correct.
right. He's just right. But this goes back to these people who are writing these articles. And, Blabs has been, I'm going to give you a lot of credit here, Blabs. When it comes to Psycho Lady who now waits tables, right? Right. She has been saying, like, why are we talking about her, right? The more we talk about these people, the bigger platform they receive, right? So we are giving them.
Okay, so it has been a while since I last watched a side scrollers video, and I think Blabs
situation like this. So
she slimmed down.
So the idea of
Or maybe it's just the lighting. Maybe
what's going on.
the lighting in this studio is different from
They're pointless.
her room, but
Obsolete at this point.
I don't know.
I think we're talking about them a little bit today. I think there is a poignant reason to do so.
I'm looking at her and she looks very different.
It's reminding people, hey, these people are shitty. These
She looks
people
like
are shady.
a lot better as well.
The fun pastime that you have in gaming and transform it into their ideological battlefield. And they're lying to you the entire time when they say that they're not doing that.
Also, I hope she's not sick because sometimes,
They are lying.
Yep.
We're just
if you suddenly
allowed to slink back into the shadows and people
lose weight,
and laugh at them and think it's all over. And then they
it could be
with a whole host of terrible
a symptom of something.
that people love and new games that are just trash.
1000%. And this goes back to the gatekeeping side of this, right? And there's also the access side of this that people don't want to talk about, the access journalism, right? You see a lot of this with YouTubers and traditional access media, your IGNs, whatever, where they will only say enough to where they can still get that next sweet game for free or invited to that next event, right?
Mm-hmm.
They'll be as critical as they can be while still towing the company line. And that's where we're at right here. So Yeah, it's amazing to see that these folks they truly don't understand it, and they can tiptoe all around it. But at the end of the day, the customer will ultimately vote with their wallet based off what they see, just like we've always done. I go back to, I've said this on the show, when you're seeing this footage of Dragon Age Veilguard, and you're like, what am I watching? It's the same exact thing as if you're back in the 80s looking at the back of a box and the screenshots don't look good, right? It's your first impression of these games, and it doesn't matter what happened behind the scenes. Just give me a good product at the end and I'll be happy. Nobody cares about the drama. So
Yeah.
you know what I do care about? Penguin Lord with another 50 gifted memberships to the channel.
I didn't realize penguins had such big dicks.
Wow. Yes. Give it up for Penguin.
Oh my gosh! Did you hear that?
Zero. Just slapping it right on the table.
You forgot his cue. He demands his correct numby.
Hey, YouTube suggested that you should watch this video too, so you should probably do it.
So.
Okay, so that guy was or is a true fraud. I think a lot of people already knew even before. I guess they just talked about it recently. But yeah, I agree with the title of the video. Anyway, if you guys want to watch the video without anyone talking over it and doing other things like saying nonsensical things, just go to the Side Scrollers YouTube channel and watch it there. If you're not subscribed, give it a subscribe. I'm subscribed to the channel. It's just that I'm subscribed to so many channels that you can't watch all the content or videos on all the channels. It's impossible. There's only there's a limited time, and videos are getting made, like millions of videos are getting made every day. Again, go to Side Scrollers to watch the video without anyone talking over it or any distractions. Be right back.
Thank you so much.
Oh my gosh! Did you hear that? Oh god! Oh my gosh! Did you hear that? Oh god! Oh my gosh! Did you hear that? Oh god!
And we're back. Welcome back to the channel, and this time we're going to take a look at this one. It's how to instantly ruin your life. Yeah. So if you want to ruin your life, I guess this is a how-to on how to do it. And this is a reaction by none other else, Asmon Gold. And it's only 2 minutes long, so it's not a very long reaction video because it's in his clips channel. So he has I don't know how many channels he has. I know the other one is the TV one, and that has, I guess you can say, highlights, because the videos in that channel are much longer. And this one is the clips one, and then I think there's another one with shorts. I think he also has a shorts channel. Anyway, let's go check out how to instantly ruin your life.
And what is this here? Oh my God. A woman takes over $800 worth of items from Target, immediately calls her mom and takes off running from police officers into traffic. Damn, bro, like this is a crash out.
Sir, what is your bag? I know my rights. Hold on, no, I'm not turning around now. This is
Okay.
all of my belongings.
Keep your hand out of the bag, put it down, put the phone down, and give me an ID.
An ID? For what, sir?
Ma'am, I will place you under arrest and
I didn't do anything.
Okay. They told me at Target you stole a bag of stuff.
I didn't steal anything,
Okay,
sir.
don't argue with me.
You literally have the bag in your, you literally have the bag in your hand. Like, I mean, are you kidding me, man?
Just give me your ID.
It's a
and we'll
different
figure
bag.
this out.
Oh.
I didn't steal anything, sir. I'm a regular citizen. I'm on the phone with my mom. I didn't do anything wrong.
Your ID.
I don't have an ID, sir. Mom, can you come to first place right here? Because I'm being harassed by an officer. What is
Sit
your
down.
name, sir?
Sit down.
What's your name?
Why have you got a 94?
Yes,
He already calling somebody else. This girl's speed running her life.
Sir, what is your bag? I know my rights. I know my rights, sir.
Turn around.
Hold on, no.
I'm gonna run that far. I can tell. Oh, bro, she playing Frogger. So she's running right through there. But he recovered. It's okay.
So the girl runs faster than the police?
Got him. Oh, there it is.
I didn't do anything wrong.
I didn't do anything wrong.
Sir, I didn't do anything wrong. I have 2 kids. My mom is on the phone. I don't care. Sir, please be gentle. I just got surgery.
That's your fault. She just got surgery.
You wanted to detain me for no reason.
For no reason. See, why'd she think she's gonna run away from the cops?
Shut up. Y'all trying to accuse me of Stop talking. Sir. Shut up. Y'all
Just shut the fuck up.
She was like trying to gaslight the police officer.
Stop talking.
Stop, just stop.
Literally came out of first one.
I guess that is the reason why the police officer called backup. Well, I guess it's a standard operating procedure to call backup.
Officer, can I please have my phone?
He doesn't even want to hear her shit, bro. He just slams that fucking door. What a legend. Yeah, get the fuck out of here.
Anyway, that was a very short one. I just wanted to see or know how people instantly, or how can people instantly ruin their life. And I guess stealing from a store and trying to gaslight the police, and then running away from the police to avoid arrest. But still, I don't think that is enough to ruin someone's life. Maybe for a while, but it's not really what I would call a heinous crime. It's what, a petty theft. I don't know. Maybe she'll get a few years from what she did. It's not like she'll, she'll get life imprisonment for stealing from a store. Anyway, it was kind of funny though. It was kind of funny. The funny part was she was trying to gaslight the police, and the police officer was like, didn't know how to respond to that. So this one, lawyer explains Ethan Klein versus Hassan Orbiter's lawsuit. This is the, I guess you can say, the optimized or slimmed down version of the, what do you call this? It's the shorter version of the other video that he did. Because in the other video he was reading super chats, and that made his reaction a lot longer. So in this video, I already watched this. In this one, all the super chats were removed. I guess he also has an editor, because removing all of that will take a lot of time, because he was getting a lot of super chats. Okay, so about this claim that it's entrapment, again, two lawyers already commented on it. It wasn't entrapment because it wasn't a crime. It was a copyright infringement, so entrapment is not gonna apply to it. But then again, it's a sandpiper. The guy is an expert on everything, but he's also an expert on not knowing anything. Ezra Miller and Amber Heard want a Hollywood comeback. Okay, I thought they were back, but well, I guess the title on the thumbnail is misleading. When I saw the title on the thumbnail, I thought they were actually back, but reading the actual title, they want to make a comeback. Those are two different things. Those are two different things. Being back and making a comeback are two different things. Okay, how about this one? Monster Hunter Wilds collapse is humiliating by Legacy Killer HD. Again, guys, if you want to watch the video without anyone talking over it, just go to Legacy Killer HD's YouTube channel and watch it there.
Monster Hunter Wilds is a Game of the Year contender. Maybe it was. It had one of the most successful launches, being met to critic and user acclaim. Every roar shakes your speakers, every clash of weapons has weight. A lot of outlets called it a step forward for the franchise, and to be fair, it is in a lot of ways. There's a real sense of atmosphere in the world that just didn't exist before. Some of the early set-piece hunts are legitimately incredible when the systems actually function the way they're supposed to.
So what are you saying? It's a good game, but it's not?
Still, though, there are some missing features that do feel strangely absent, along with a lack of content in areas, a weak story, and just downright stupid microtransactions. But the sheer scale, the weather system, the biome transitions, the seamless monster behavior, the engaging combat, the beautiful art direction, and top-tier...
That is just greedy. That is just greed.
Then we get to the technical side of this game. Performance, visuals, all of that fun stuff. And unfortunately, Monster Hunter Wilds has been infamously a total disaster on this front, especially on...
I would understand if the game was free-to-play, but it was not. It wasn't a free-to-play game. It's a game you buy and play. So having microtransactions in a game you already paid for is just the corporation being greedy.
Just these graphics, I don't even know how to describe it. It looks like almost PS1.
Okay, what is that?
Astonishing how unoptimized this game was launched by Capcom, who clearly they knew that this was going to be broken. That's why when you see all these statements like what we saw with Mind's Eye recently, we're heartbroken the game is launched.
Amazing. That looks amazing.
It's total bullshit when they put out these statements. But they also say in this article from Polygon,
wow,
that were present during the beta playtest, because yes, this existed a lot longer before launch day.
The game ate all the triangles of the models.
A couple of months before launch, when the beta was going on, Capcom did release a statement saying that we are committed to ensuring the quality of the final product, and yeah, that just...
Where did all the triangles went?
We're a couple of months removed from this, and it's still pretty much the case with the game. But we did see articles like this at the time coming from Eurogamer, Digital Foundry, the technical guys who really test out all of these games. Monster Hunter Wilds, we can't recommend the PC version. Substantial technical problems must be addressed. And they wrote in their analysis that it makes for a confusing PC release with staggeringly poor performance on lower-end graphic cards, to the extent that we don't recommend the game at all on these systems. And they went on to mention that, like any casual user, they used the game's default detected settings and set DLSS to balance mode at 1440p on the RTX 4060. Loading up the game presented more issues with PS3 level texture quality. I'd actually honestly argue it's worse than PS3 if we're being honest, but and many shots and many textures that looked like they had loaded incorrectly. One character's white coat was rendered multicolor by mosaic artifacts due to poorly configured texture compression. After getting character control following the intro cutscenes, each turn of the camera was greeted by noticeable stutters, and I feel like that has almost defined this generation, the stuttering problem. It's prevalent with Unreal games on PC and unoptimized monstrosities like this, unfortunately. But they go on to mention this last paragraph that I'm going to go over. They say, back on the RTX 4060 with medium textures in place despite
because
we had before the results.
Because they rely too much on the engine.
It's now reminiscent of games from the early 2000s, and the frame rate was still dippingly noticeably with a hit to frame health when standing in place and turning the camera. If we turn the camera extremely gradually, the sinusoidal rhythm we experienced previously becomes smoother as frame health improves. This is a very odd performance characteristic in which is essentially an empty desert with tiled sand textures, and not something we'd expect to see in any game, let alone a AAA release in the big year of our Lord 20.
Even this game has that Unreal Engine 5 vibe.
So on and so forth, all these major publishers investing
the problem with the Unreal Engine 5 vibe is that
tends to just not be there. Especially
it's making all games
and this
feel similar.
Doesn't seem to really care at all about.
And that is not a good thing. I don't want to play one game and then play another game that was built on Unreal Engine 5, only to feel the same, only to get the same feeling from both games.
Use at a similar compute level to this one, unless you're fine with these big swings in performance for doing something so
nobody
basic.
is.
I measured the same issue on an RTX 2070 Super. I measured the same issue on an AMD RX 5700, and I would say it probably happens on an Intel GPU, but
Yeah, and honestly, this is just totally unacceptable. And rightfully so. A lot of people are wanting their money back. They wanted answers. They wanted, Capcom to come forward saying they're at least going to fix this, because, I mean, that's the mentality of this AAA games industry. We'll fix it eventually, but...
They already got your money.
Capcom, this actually came...
Do you think they will give it back?
Some of you are thinking it's getting some statements
Suckers.
saying that we'll fix it eventually. We're working on patches. We're working on updates. That's just not what happened here. As this VGC article says, they responded to performance issues on PC, the serious performance issues that are plaguing many players at launch, and unfortunately, they took a note out of Todd Howard's.
I kind of understand that it's hard to optimize for PC because
Friend their support page, and they said if you're experiencing any initial issues,
every individual, every gamer has a different PC setup.
they do that, turning off compatibility mode and then readjust your settings, almost putting those issues on you, the player, for your rig, which it really takes away from the poor optimization. They're not even taking any ownership of this. And as from what I've been able to gather, this is the only official statement in any capacity that they've said about these performance issues and the fact that they launched an unfinished, unoptimized experience.
Is it safe to say that there are no two PCs that are the same?
17,000. This is crazy for a game that just launched a couple months ago, and for comparison's sake, Monster Hunter...
Sure, the specs may be the same, but...
a number of months before, but when it did launch on PC, it launched to an all-time peak of 330,000.
Once it's been used by...
come down. It launched again,
a human being,
this time I believe, and then just a couple of months later, by the end of the year, it was still around 100,000 players. That is a healthy...
They will, install different software
experience,
and
just massive,
maybe
all around, very positive reviews.
do other things within with the computer.
I just think it's just really
tinker with the settings.
Positive impression
to to customize, to make the system.
All of them are just completely done with this game.
The way they want it to run.
And then now here we are. It's slowly. Well, it didn't slowly. It fell off a cliff here from 100,000 and then down to 20,000. And there's some new content coming, but obviously on PC, many players are just checked out, and there's no reason to continue playing with this game until Capcom comes forward with any indication that they're actually going to fix this game. And right now, there isn't that indication. But then we get to this. So this is
the reason why Capcom
video. It's just the fact that it's collapsed. It has 1% of its launch players, 82%.
The reason why they may not be looking to fixing it,
about their player base,
or at least
like
it looks that way, is that they're already developing the next Monster Hunter game that will follow Wilds.
And this is brought up in this Forbes article. It says that, speaking from my personal experiences, Paul...
They're too busy developing the next Monster Hunter game to fix Wilds.
Quickly into what was supposed to be the end game, despite some new monsters and new difficulty increases.
Because since they already got your money for Wilds,
Hunter World, and you can see that with those numbers, in which it has 20.
There is no incentive for them to spend more time working on the game.
At around 16.
So instead,
and decline.
They are putting all their efforts in Monster Hunter
articles talking about it, but
Rampage.
Various content and its end game for many people's eyes has been weak so far, and that is definitely a contributor to why this game is struggling, but definitely doesn't seem to be the core issue here. But it is worth mentioning there has been some leaks. There's strong indication that a new title update is coming with new content, but unfortunately, again, no indication that they're solving any of the massive performance and visual issues that have struck this game since it launched back in February. And yeah, people are absolutely pissed about this, and it's brought up in this Forbes article. It says that the first, and this is the big issue everybody's talking about, is the fact that PC performance is horrible, and for many, seemingly getting worse over time, with Capcom's fixes failing or not coming fast enough even months after release. And in my eyes, that is absolutely unacceptable. I think we live in a a mentality now with this industry in which we just accept the fact that these games continue to launch broken, and it's like, okay, we're just going to be the beta testers. But that mentality is getting just more and more releases like this, and you can almost sense that these AAA executives just do not respect their communities, their players, and this is the only way to protest. It's by going on Steam and review bombing this game, because yes, it does impact sales, and it does make many players just feel like, okay, or potential players say, I'm not going to bother with that anytime soon. And that is on the developer, the publisher, Capcom, to change that. And so
They already got your money.
waiting to hear something from them. And then here we have the Steam page, and oh my god, overwhelmingly negative. 17% of the 10,000 user reviews in the last 30 days are positive. Overall score mixed. Again, compare that to Monster Hunter World. Again, 89% positive based on 300,000. And yeah, very positive versus this game, which is mixed, and all of it is because of how bad of a port that this is. And this is something that will plague this game until Capcom decides to fix it, and even then, this stuff will probably still stay there. And these user reviews are absolutely fucking brutal. As of May 28th, after 250 hours of gameplay, the game will no longer boot up. That's just crazy. I've tried reinstalling, deleting shader caches, uninstalling ReFramework, which is basically needed to run.
So basically, the only time.
NVIDIA drivers reinstall.
What made him decide to make a review after playing for over 250 hours is that
You cannot refund the game. You just have a broken experience until Capcom.
the game suddenly.
This is just what players are dealing with. Another individual, 77 hours. You'll need to have
Stop running well, I guess.
And even then, we've seen
But before that, it was running well, I guess.
encountering many issues.
Because he was able to play for over 250 hours.
180 hours, good gameplay, but badly optimized on PC. Not a good end game, no Elder Dragons, and yeah, there's some of the core complaints, some of the other issues that people are talking about. Capcom released another unfinished mess of a game, this time above MSRP, and obviously withheld finished content to pad the release schedule. 340 hours on record, not recommended. Another one, 113 hours. Fantastic game, ruined by poor performance. It is playable for me only because of a powerful machine. However, I suggest to stay clear until they fix performance.
Maybe that was intended. Maybe the game was made for those who
because Capcom
owns an extremely powerful machine.
finished state.
It's a game made not for the purse.
Unfortunately, the support that they've given since has been lackluster, and their communication has been pretty much, well, let's just call it what it is, has been dog shit. Monster Hunter Mild, way too short, too easy, too streamlined, too expensive, and runs like trash. 35 hours. Oh god. In general, not a bad game, but compared to other releases in this series as well as other similar games, it's lacking. This is another person, 300 hours. Save your money. This game needs to cook for an additional 1 to 2 years and get an expansion. If you really want to try out Monster Hunter, then go Monster Hunter World. Another person, 100 hours. 80 hours almost. Since the recent updates, the game is a stuttery mess. I have a pretty decent setup, and prior to this, it was running smoothly, but my god, WTF. That is the current state of Monster Hunter Wilds on PC. These are the Steam reviews, overwhelmingly negative. Only 17% are positive, and that is just astonishing. This is some of the comments. Again, this has not just been something that is reserved to Steam. We're seeing many people on the subreddit complaining about it as well. Monster Hunter Wilds is a great game, but the review bombing is justified. I have almost 300 hours into the game. I've basically done all there is to do, and it's a great experience, but the optimization has been consistently horrible for months now. I even upgraded my PC parts to assure that the specifications were met, and it still runs like shit. LOL.
They need to upgrade their PC more.
Big thing that's not being talked enough about. We're seeing all these games, AAA games being, they went from 60 to 70, and then now 70 to 80s. That'll be the next thing. We're already seeing that with a couple of experiences. But we're not seeing an improvement on the optimization front. All we're getting is just more expensive games and nothing at all improved, and I just find that even more unacceptable. You can have an incredible game, but especially for an action game that requires precise movement and quick reactions,
They need to spend more.
and incredibly frustrating. I really do hope they listen to the feedback and finally prioritize optimization. No indication of that yet. There's a lot of effort to put in this game. It's like a movie having great actors, great music, great attention to detail.
They thought their machines are powerful enough.
Absolutely sad that this.
Guess what? they thought wrong.
AAA games industry, we have been
They need a more powerful machine.
Disaster launches. It's also accompanied by the fact that the game
Maybe they need a supercomputer
overall quality. I mean, we just saw that recently.
to play the game. Who knows? Maybe this game was designed and
reviews as we see on
built for supercomputers, and unfortunately,
that's pretty darn good.
those who bought it
I think it was a couple of years
were too poor.
Survivor.
They were too poor to
Massively negative.
have a supercomputer.
Electronic Arts launched that game broken. It took months upon months for it to eventually get into a pretty decent state. And it was not just a couple of weeks or months until it got fixed with Jedi
Oh my
Survivor
gosh!
on PC.
Did you hear that?
Look, this is Digital Foundry 9 months ago. Patch number 9, improved but still very poor. And this is what they were saying about that game at the time.
Here I've locked the game using triple buffered VSync to 30 FPS, but just running through Kobo looks disastrously unsmooth. Animations are skipping, and the camera covers an uneven distance all the time.
The problem is game developers today are releasing
I played this on the series.
games in alpha.
PlayStation 5, this was the same exact issue I was running into. Again, just the optimization of this AAA games industry seems to be getting worse and worse. But then another infamous example is The Last of Us Part 1, getting pummeled on Steam. Again, around the same time, 2023.
The developers are releasing games in alpha, and
So many games the last
gamers are buying them.
Here we have Digital Foundry once again just showing off how poorly
CPU
optimized this
utilization
is.
going on here per core. Each core reads and thread reads the exact same here on my Ryzen 5 3600. But just normal walking around this intro area, completely CPU limited,
Yeah, that's
down
insane.
into the 40s
Look at
already.
What?
And it's just,
I see it, yeah.
It's just 40s, 45 FPS right here. CPU is being hammered into dust.
Flat 60 here in the PS5.
Yeah,
like I said, these ports, it's just totally unacceptable that this just keeps on fucking happening. And for what it's worth, we did see that The Last of Us Part 2
Have they tried setting their FPS to 30?
had issues.
One issue that was visible on the PC
Maybe if they try,
close to the camera.
maybe the game will run smoothly at 30 FPS.
PC code as the PS4 Pro back compat code running on PS5 even doesn't have this issue.
Oh my
Like I
gosh!
said,
Did you hear
that
that?
definitely was an improvement over The Last of Us Part 1, but I don't know, just the state of these ports, it just continues to be problematic. And with what's happening with Monster Hunter Wilds and Capcom's lack of communication and the patches that they're putting out, it truly is unacceptable. And yeah, they are paying for it in terms of their player base, which is just saying, I've had enough, I'm moving on. And also many of which that have said, I'll just go back to Monster Hunter World. Now, obviously, there are other contributors to all of this, the fact that the end game just doesn't have enough going for it. There's a lot of missing features, content from World to Wild, so a lot of people kind of find astonishing. But yeah, this is the disaster that Capcom is dealing with right now, and they just don't seem to be caring too much. And that really is unfortunate for a player base that really is waiting for answers and really wanting a smooth experience. But seems like in this day and age, and in 2025, that's really hard to come by with many different AAA developers and publishers. But anyway, what do you make of Monster Hunter Wilds? Have you checked it out? Do you plan to, or are you steering away because of these performance issues?
Oh my goodness, this game is not gonna run on my potato PC.
If you did enjoy this video, or if you found any informative value, consider...
If the game won't run on a $10,000 PC, this thing will not run on my potato PC. Maybe the original one. The original one might run on my PC, but then again, I don't think that one has an original version. Anyway, guys, if you want to watch the video without anyone talking over it, just go to Legacy Killer HD's channel. Be right back. Okay, so we're back. Here we have a video from V. It's a V, but it's a different channel. This is his Romanian TV. So the other channel is Lack of Entertainment. And the video is the Strait of Hormuz and your gas prices. Okay, I'm curious because in today's modern economy, the gas of price kinda set the price of everything. If the price of gas goes up, the cost of everything goes up. The weird thing is, if the price of gas goes down, nothing comes down. Okay? Really weird.
And I've noticed that people have a very superficial way of discussing the Iranian-Israeli conflict. Because you go on social media and what you notice is that people are treating this like a football game. Everyone has already picked a team. And what they're interested in when they're asking, like, what do you think about the conflict? They're not really interested in getting any new takes. No, they're interested in seeing that you agree with them or that you're supporting their side. And if you're not supporting their side, they're usually accusing you of either being a Muslim or being paid by the Muslims or being an agent of Mossad or worshipping. This is another one, worshipping the Jewish people. This is what I see on social media. Please correct me if I'm wrong. I don't know if this is like in real life, because I don't live in America. Like maybe people discuss it differently at the workplace with their family. I don't know. But a lot of people want me to talk about it, right? So basically, which side are you on, V? Are you on my side? Or do I call you an idiot and then I unsubscribe? I generally don't even understand why it matters what side are people on. Like, did Congress vote on this? Was this in the previous elections or anything like that? Like, does the opinion of foreign policy matter in 2025? Is the United States at war with Iran currently? Because I don't think it is, but apparently it can bomb it, right? Like, my understanding is that the people, they vote on important issues in a democracy, right? Well, apparently, sometimes, not so much, because our leaders are more wise than us. And if that's the case, why does it even matter, what I think? Especially from Romania. Like, Romania hasn't engaged with the Middle East, so... but okay, no, fine, I'll make a video. I'll talk about it, okay? But instead of talking about, like, which side I'm on, let's talk about something more interesting. Everyone is discussing now the Strait of Hormuz. Did you notice that? Like, overnight, everyone is an expert in the Strait of Hormuz. I go on social media and people are like, there's no way that Iran can blah, 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 blah. Or there's no way that Israel will allow blah, 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 blah. Like, they're all of a sudden expert. Okay, great. But what is the Strait of Hormuz? Well, it's this little thingy here, right? And through this, around 20% of the world's oil supply goes through every single day. So it has huge...
So if Iran blocks it...
Why is the United States in the Middle East? Why are we getting involved? Why do we care? It's so that you're...
Won't the other countries like Saudi Arabia,
and if
United Arab Emirates and Oman be affected as well?
Including the eggs, are also 20% cheaper. Because everything requires oil. We haven't invented the teleportation device yet, okay? Things don't sprout at the supermarket. The eggs don't just materialize from the ether in the convenience store. Someone has to deliver them there with a truck, right? So basically, the United States, in order to maintain your way of life, has to make sure that shit doesn't hit the fan in the Middle East. And one of them is the Strait of Hormuz, which, as I mentioned before, if it ever gets clogged, 20% of the oil supply on Earth stops flowing. Meaning you're going to have shortages. Meaning prices go up. Okay? Meaning recession. We're already in a recession. Like, how much more do you want to find out? Okay, so Iran knows this. And so their strategy for preventing the war, preventing them being attacked, seems to be on betting that the West will chicken out. They're saying, look, we're going to block the strait, and we're going to cause massive economic damage to you and your people. In other words, when people notice the gas price going up, they're going to start wondering who did this to me, and then they're going to blame the people responsible for initiating the conflict, right? Like, this is the Iranian plan. And so the Iranian parliament has voted 2 days ago that they want to block this strait. The Iranian parliament is not legally binding. So just because they passed this decision doesn't mean that it will happen overnight. The Iranian supreme leader has to vote on it. So the question is, can they do it? Well, obviously they already have plans for this contingency. This is not something that they discuss overnight. And the plan on blocking such a strait includes mines, submarines, various deterrents. Like, take into account that the ships that are carrying the oil are commercial ships. Like, if you are the captain of a commercial ship, would you want to go through an area that is laden with minefields? Probably not. Okay, so what will happen in the short term is that if they do make this decision, then the supply of oil goes down massively. The demand for oil remains the same, probably even more because people will start panic buying. And you're going to notice an increase in prices, a lowering in the standard of living across many nations. So the question is, well, if Iran can hurt the West,
Relying on fossil fuel was a really bad idea.
well, because number one, Iran also needs to sell its shit. So it requires the strait to be functional so that...
Because even if the world is in eternal peace, relying on fossil fuel is still a bad idea because it's not, the supply is not infinite. There is a finite amount of fossil fuel.
However, like, again,
And not sure if governments are preparing to migrate to another source of energy.
Short term, prices are going to go up. However, there is this thing called the US Navy, which, especially in this region, has been armed and trained specifically for this scenario. They're going to come in, they're going to blow stuff up, and eventually they're going to have to hold the strait in order to allow for the commercial ships to pass. Now, this will be a monumental escalation of the conflict, which up until now, many wouldn't have called it a war.
Again, if Saudi Arabia, if they have ports on this side,
but it's not really what
I don't really know the setup
certain of this, that if the Iranian
of ports in the Persian Gulf.
submarines and they send ships in order to guard it.
But if these countries, if they have ports in the Persian Gulf, and then Iran blocks the,
They cannot allow for their oil to stop.
they block this strait.
Would probably love this. I know that
I'm pretty sure these countries will not like it as well.
this would,
Sure, they're all Muslim countries, but
in reality, in the real world,
I don't know. Are they in it together?
industrial complex. And so without oil, there is no military industrial complex, and therefore the spice must flow. So this is my take on what's happening right now, based on my limited understanding. I don't think they are going to actually close the Strait of Hormuz. I think that they are posturing. Again, I can't be 100% sure. I don't know what they're thinking. I can't...
No one is 100% sure.
What's going to happen tomorrow? Like, maybe the United States is going to do another series of bombing runs. Who knows? But the idea is that in international politics, usually the threat of the thing is actually worse than the thing itself. Because once the thing itself starts happening, then other nations slowly start to adapt. Case in point, Russia, Ukraine. Like, the gas from Russia is being cut off from Europe. Okay, now it has happened. Where do we go from here? And once the nations realign and they find different suppliers, they find different solutions, then they don't need the Russian gas anymore. Like, it's not even on the table for discussion. So I think like Iran understands this as well. However, the way that the conflict in the Middle East works, it's usually, I mean, up until now, it was kind of symbolic. You know, like there's a symbolic attack with missiles. Most of them get blown up by the Iron Dome.
That was stupid.
And then the other guys respond, and that's it, right?
And that was stupid as well.
How the governments operate, right? Like Benjamin Netanyahu's party, one of the things that they're selling to the Israeli people is that Benjamin Netanyahu keeps them safe. Like he is like the mother hen, keeping all the Jewish people safe from all the evil Muslim nations that surround them. Right? Like, and he is the only one that can do it. Like no other Jewish person on planet Earth with Israeli citizenship is capable of accomplishing what leader Benjamin Netanyahu is doing. And therefore you have to vote for him. In Iran, the Revolutionary Guard is selling the same thing to the people, right? They're basically the only ones capable in keeping Iranians safe from the evil Western forces. And this is why you don't get another revolution, right? Because the same way that the current regime got in power, well, it's the same way another one can, right? Like another revolution. But the reason you don't get another is because people genuinely believe that, well, their leaders keep them safe. And so, you know, for them, politically, this type of posturing, this type of like, oh, they fired missile on us, look, we're responding, we're showing strength, we're showing force, this is what gives them legitimacy. However, up until now, they didn't have their officials killed, right? I mean, it did happen every now and then, but not consistently. And so, when that happens, you put them in an existential dread, and furthermore, you make them look weak towards their people. And when you make them look weak and you put them in an existential dread, sometimes they can do things that are irrational in nature, such as blocking the Strait of Hormuz. Now, I personally hope that it doesn't happen, but if it happens, okay, I guess I'll tighten the belt a little bit more. I'll pay for my groceries a little bit more. Why not? At this point, why not? Let me know what you guys think, and as usual, I will see you in the comments.
Well, unfortunately, I really can't think of anything. I'm not familiar with that particular area of the world. But if they're not in it together, again, even though these are all Muslim countries, they are still different nations. And if they're not in it together, I'm pretty sure if Iran blocks this, the other countries on this side won't like it. I don't know. I'm just making an assumption based on this particular map. Anyways, if you guys want to watch the video without me talking over it, you can do so by going to Romanian TV in YouTube and go watch it there. Be right back. And we're back. Welcome back, fellow gamers. And we're back, and this time we have this one. It's called, the title is "This Women's Esports Team Has One Problem." And do you want to know what the problem is? Yeah, I want to know what the problem is as well. So this is from Science Scholars. So let's go and find out what the problem is with this women's esports team.
Even Joanna Man back in the day, like with that movie where the guy played as they even tried to hide it, tried to look feminine. But these guys just look like they look like Asmongold. That's what they look like. They just rolled out of bed, shaved their beard. Shaved beard Asmongold. We saw this story from Lunduk, who we've had on the show. We'll have him on the show again. He's been excellent. Now, Lunduk, for those of you who don't know, is a tech journalist in its purest form. He is a journalist that has zero ads and has zero big tech influence. That's his words, not mine, and it's his actions. He's been great. Now, Lunduk does not toe the company line as far as all the insanity happening in the space.
Sometimes Craig takes too long in his introductions.
Has at least one team made up entirely of men pretending to be women. Nothing says empowering women like kicking out women to make room for men. And we have this here. It's the supernova.
This is the this is a
And we'll get to them here.
this is I guess you can call it a form of
Group. You see all
misogyny.
all in here. And you can go back to their X account.
They hate women so much that they want to replace them.
Which I did not know was happening, but it happened just this.
Look at that.
Had I known, I would have gone.
If this is true, and all of them are men, oh my goodness.
The list of all the females that have won.
They hate women so much that they want to replace them.
Which is nice, and you can see some of the girls who actually compete. Professional CS:GO player. Here's Isa and Gabriella, who is a woman. Gabs over here, right? And then we got Bizahana over here. So look, this is a thing where women get together and they compete, and it's all women all the time, except for when it's not. And that is where the supernova comments come into play. Now I'm going to share the screen here, and I'm going to share an image of the supernova comments. And we're just
Now, if they want to pretend as women, but they are competing in the men's league, then what's the problem?
And we can get a closer look at some of these folks here. Eric, you have a look of intrigue on.
It's ma'am.
Glass.
It's ma'am.
Any thoughts on this just first impression?
Yeah, a bunch of dudes with long hair who have poor hygiene.
So, I don't think you're wrong.
No.
I don't think you're wrong. Now, some of these, they went in and these folks were actually listed out on the Supernova's X handle. So you can go in and kind of see who these people are. These supernova comments as they advance to the.
Anyway, I'm not sure if esports is divided between men and women division.
You can kind of see here, they all have the pronouns in the bio. She, her, over here. They definitely want you to know. Then we have.
And if there are divisions, it doesn't matter if they are, men or women. Or if they are men pretending to be women, as long as they compete in the men's division. But if there is no division,
What are you talking about?
what's the problem?
Yeah.
There's a lot of.
If you can have
competing
women in your team,
for supernova, okay.
Yeah, I mean, if you look at this tweet, I should be happy
Again,
because I'm in my hotel and crying.
my thing is,
Soul into this
as I've said, I have no problem if
Yeah, all I get
an
told.
adult wants to pretend or dress like a woman.
Keep going. Go ahead.
Oh, okay. Imagine nonstop trying to build a team and playing all
The
day.
problem comes when
Just to be hate on everything. And
they force what they believe to others.
And I'm trying my. I've had a horrible life, and CS has been one.
That is a problem. It's the same as, for example, a Christian forcing his belief on those that don't believe in Christianity. That is just wrong.
I'm so tired of seeing all the hate every day. Just want to be left alone and treated like a human being, doing what I love, but I guess that will never happen. Well, dude, if you pretend to be a woman, people are gonna hit on you and be pissed off with you. But if you look a little bit, scrolled a little bit down, my favorite.
Because I don't like it when missionaries
Speaking of
approach me.
Fox.
I don't like it.
Fox.
I find it creepy.
X over here.
I thought we were going to do the whole FOX
No,
again.
FAWX.
Yeah.
Right, which is great. Here's Lydia Fox.
Now, of course, if they invite you to come to their church and you went to their church, I don't think that is forcing
Right.
their beliefs.
So there we are. And here's Lydia Fox with Lydia Fox.
Now, if you are shouting at them
So there's that.
It's not even brush, it's just another
to
angle.
accept what they believe in, now that's just forcing your beliefs. Again, I see no problem with an adult man or an adult man wanting or dressing as a woman, you know. I don't see any problem with that. It becomes a problem if
Agree. We've
if this
conversation at our house. Like I said, my
individual,
this is very simple.
if the individual forces
You want to do
what he believes
Fine. Just don't do it to kids. And
to others.
start impacting women's spaces, real women's spaces.
Also, when they, yeah, exactly what Craig is saying. When they, take over women's sports or women's spaces. There's a reason why.
Real simple.
The,
But as soon as you
in sports, we have, a men's league and a women's league.
that's where I have issues with this. It doesn't
Because women won't be able to compete against men, so they
this past weekend.
that is why they have their own league, so they can compete with each other
Except for the guy.
and make it a fair competition. Now, if you're going to add
I'm guessing.
men in the women's league, then what's the point? Why not just combine the two divisions?
We're so bad at, video games that they couldn't compete with other dudes. They're still so shit at games that they didn't even win against the women. You're
we got-
shit.
They came up and runners up.
Mhm.
Well,
And
once
like
again,
the winners were actually all.
Okay, so it's a women's league.
So
Now that's just wrong. Okay, that's just wrong.
the super.
They are invading women's spaces.
Look. Sometimes, we talked about this yesterday. Sometimes it's hard to judge a book by its cover, right? But then sometimes the book reads itself to you, and you get to listen to them in their own words.
If they want to wear makeup, wear lipstick, wear mascara, wear, put on a foundation or whatever, I don't think there's a problem with that.
It makes all
The problem is when they force their beliefs on others, and just like what Craig says, they invade and take over women's spaces because they are taking opportunities away from actual women.
See if you can.
That's just wrong. These are men taking away opportunities
Over this clip. Single thing.
meant for other women.
Think of myself as like a pro player or anything like that, just more like an individual that's like working to getting better.
Now, if it's an intersex league, I don't see any problem with it.
But it'll be tough, and it's really hard to judge like the international competition without like playing against them frequently, which is like really hard for us to do.
This is Empathy, the one of your social toast collabs.
Yeah. None of them sound womanly. They all sound like dudes who have some sort of gayness.
They all sound like.
That.
What's that?
The second one, I would
Yeah, I
say,
agree.
had a little bit of a gay voice in him.
I don't even think that's the case. I think that these dudes, this is guys who are socially awkward, who we talked about this recently, who clung on to something, were love bombed, and then all of a sudden we're like, my name's Empathy. If you saw this guy walking down the street, you would think, probably has some issues,
Yep.
right? going back to this cat over here, right? Like, if you saw this guy walking down the street, you'd probably say, probably has some issues, right? So we're
Not
noticing.
an ounce of them are like trying to be somewhat feminine. It's wild.
Yeah, like they're not. That's the thing. They're not even.
They should learn from the lady boys in Thailand. Seriously.
Chemistry in the server, and we're all super individually good, and it shows.
We have high hopes, though. We like.
Oh my gosh!
Like,
Did you hear that?
Has a deeper voice than me.
Yep. It's ma'am.
I just doesn't. I don't get it. So, anyways, there's a 2-minute clip here of this, and as you scroll down, there's a lot of like, "Yay, Razi da, happy day," and until you actually go back and you see that people have kind of started to push back against this. Now, the amount of AGP incels on your team is pretty concerning.
Well,
but they've actually.
that person's a feminist because those colors are feminism.
Okay, well that's fine. Everybody needs their colors, I suppose. But they've gone in. They've actually done a lot of hidden replies on this post. Of course. They went in and you see they actually kind of stopped on the 25th. They're like, we can't combat this, and that's why you've seen the response to this. But look at all these.
We're scrolling.
Oh my gosh! Did you hear that?
They hit all these, and then they just eventually gave up.
Too late. Too late. Everyone saw it. YouTube saw it. They're going to demonetize your video now.
These women's spaces, which is just wildly.
Okay. Again, I am a broken record because. Come on.
Some of the actual tournament itself.
I'm going to say it again.
Competing against
If you're a man
the teams that they are,
and you want to dress like a woman,
them competing this past weekend against
personally, I don't have a problem with it.
League 7.
No. Especially if you're an adult. Because you're an adult, you can do anything.
So once again, tell me how feminine you feel.
Round for super nova comment.
How does that go completely?
The time I will have a problem with it is
just looks like a bunch of dudes.
if you are forcing what you believe
You've got two players that push elbow
about yourself
and they get the kill.
onto others or onto me. Now,
There needs to be coming.
I'm not going to agree with that. And addition to that is what Craig says. If you're doing what you're doing to take over women's spaces and take opportunities away from women,
What do the actual girls
I can't also agree with that.
look like?
That is just wrong.
Because I watched a little bit more of this. They actually look like girls.
Yeah, what a surprise.
This is what the league was supposed to be for, right here.
And now it got invaded by men with issues.
These girls for not saying anything.
Yeah, I would never play.
Imagine that.
Like
they took away a spot from an actual women team or women's team.
Some of them are like, yes, queen, you go, girl. And they're like hyping these guys up. And it's like, do you not understand what you're doing? You're literally...
Only people who
We've only been
people who hate women
give or take, and this is what you're
will do something like that.
The guys back into like
So
thing. Like that's so
they hate women so much
wild.
that they stole
So Eric, I know you're wondering
their spot on the league. That's how much they hate
which
women.
team was the big winner here. Well, spoilers. It wasn't the girls.
The bomb, but still, they don't ever go through donut. So Emerald's position then feels really weird because you've got players coming through red at the same time. I don't think Xerax expected that whatsoever. So even being in a bit of a predicament, Supernova Comet still had the jump on them.
I do quite like that scene.
Anyways, sure enough, they ended up taking it, dominating, and getting the win here.
So wait, the
And-
guys did win?
Yeah, well, the guys beat in this round.
In this round, okay, I was gonna say, I'm like, no way, I thought the other ones have won.
Yeah.
Damn.
So
Did they teabag the other team when they were done?
Taste it.
Also, again, if the league was intersex, you know, men and women are competing against each other.
Guys running it couldn't get any bitches.
There's no problem. I don't see a problem. But if it's a separate league, one for men and women, and you are men competing in the women's league, then that's just wrong.
Why does
Come on, that's just wrong.
these companies that sponsor
They know it's wrong, but they don't care about whether it's wrong or not.
is it
Because they are literally selfish people.
They're probably getting grants from.
Now, if they are competing in the men's league, I don't see anything wrong with that.
Like Eric said, they got grants, they got the push of social media going, oh my god.
If you have a dick, compete with people with dicks, okay?
Women are like, well, fuck you.
Even if you cut off your dick,
They got no bitches.
it means you had a dick. You still have to compete with people with dicks.
Oh,
It's not rocket science.
right?
It's just common sense.
These dudes
Cutting off your dick
hiding it, right?
doesn't give you a uterus.
Want a man back in the day, like with that movie where the guy played as the.
I hope people are getting this. It's very simple. It's very clear.
They look like Asmongold. That's what they look like.
Cutting off your dick doesn't give you a uterus.
Well, look, I don't have a whole lot of sympathy for these leagues. I don't have a whole lot of sympathy for these women because they're the one who are allowing it. And until somebody comes in and steps up and says no, it is what it is. It is what it is. And
then the women will cry that they couldn't compete.
Close that out, Labs.
Well, guess what? They allowed it. Maybe they hate themselves as well.
Metaphorically speaking.
Yes, metaphorically speaking, right?
Ugh.
Labs? It's good.
I hope not.
Give them the cucumber.
Ew. Your mom told me you should hit the subscribe.
Okay, so that was this women's esports team has one problem. And again, if you guys want to watch the video without anyone talking over the video, you can do that by going to Side Scroller's YouTube channel and watch it there without distractions and interruptions. Be right back. Okay, let's see here. Stop killing games. Let's go. And we're back. Welcome back, everybody. And this time, I'm looking at Stop Killing Games. Yeah, there is a movement called Stop Killing Games, and their goal is for game developers and game publishers to stop killing games. Basically, what it means is if you bought a game and if that game, for some reason, the game publisher or developer stop supporting it, you, as someone who bought the game, can still play it. Now, if the game has an online aspect to it, but the game was still sold as a single player game, and the developers, stop supporting it, there should be a way for you, as someone who bought the game, to play it even though it's no longer supported and there are no more servers for it. So that is the I guess I wouldn't say what Stop Killing Games is exactly about, but I'm pretty sure I'm not explaining it as well as I could. But it has something to do with that. Anyway, let's go check this out. And this is from Mutahar, Some Ordinary Gamers. And again, if you guys want to watch the video without anyone talking over it, just go to Some Ordinary Gamers YouTube channel and watch it there. With that, let's go and play the video.
Hello guys and gals, me Mutahar, and today I've got a bit of a sad little gaming video to talk about. Now, one of my favorite channels on the internet, Accursed Farms, Ross, the fellow behind something known as Stop Killing Games, an initiative that's simple. Stop killing video games.
Exactly. It is a very simple initiative. Stop killing games.
A game called Death Stranding 2 I'm pretty excited for. It's coming out in a couple days. Boom, excited. But I also play a lot of old stuff. I was playing Silent Hill 3 in a couple of videos ago, okay? Like on PS.
Also, by the way, for those who don't know, if you buy games in Steam, you don't own those games. You are just licensing it.
It's stuff that's preserved. It's stuff that's not killed. It's there for everyone to listen to. You probably watch a lot of old movies in black and white, and thank God you can, because things are preserved. Now, when it comes to video games,
again, you don't own. If you buy a game on Steam or in Steam, you don't own it.
It may be the end of Stop Killing Games.
The thing that you are buying is a license to download and play it.
Stop Killing Games is a consumer movement started to challenge the legality of publishers destroying video games that they've sold to customers. So, look,
because if you really own it, even if you lose your account, you shouldn't lose access to the games you bought. But that's not the case. If you lose your Steam account for some reason, maybe you got hacked, or I guess if you got hacked, I guess you can recover it through Steam's help. But maybe you forgot your password, or your email address disappeared, or anything. For whatever reason, you lose or you lost access to your account.
And it just kind of went up and poof into the air. This is what's going to happen with Need for Speed if
all the games you bought in that account
if you go to a store,
are gone as well.
Need for Speed, you go up, you go to the cashier, you're like, hey man, can I have Need for Speed? And they're like, well, sure thing, it'll be $59.99. And you're like, okay. And you go home, you install your game, and it's like all good. You don't know any better. But imagine if the cashier, did this instead. Hey man, can I buy Need for Speed? Sure, it'll be $59.99. Of course, let me give you the money. Hold on there, pal. Do you know that if this game's online servers go out, you'll lose access to it? And you're the consumer, you're like, whoa, wait, that doesn't seem logical. Wait, you're telling me that this game that I'm buying right now, I mean, you could even flip it with something like Rainbow Six Siege. You're telling me this game that I bought, I won't really own it? Well, of course you won't. You mean I don't own this game like a lot of other games that I own that I buy physically or I just buy access to? No, you're actually renting the game. I feel like if instead of the words purchase at a store, we had the words rental,
Exactly.
That would probably change a lot.
That is the perfect term to use. Even in Steam, they should, instead of use buy, they should change it to buy a license, because that is what we are paying for in Steam. Where we are not paying for the game, we are not buying the game. We are buying or paying for a license to play or download and install and play the game.
Might as well spend my $60 somewhere else. I'm not a total dribbling idiot. Come on now. And that's basically the idea that this one.
So if you think you own your games in Steam, you're wrong. Now, if you are looking for a marketplace where you could, possibly own the game that you buy, try GOG.com. Try GOG. Because in GOG, I'm not sure if it's implemented to all games, but for the games that I bought in GOG, I could download the game and not just install it on my PC or computer. I could download the installer and then I could put it in a hard drive and have a backup copy. And if I put it in my hard drive, maybe I have an external hard drive. It's almost the same as having a physical copy. You can't do that in Steam. You cannot download. You bought Skyrim? Sure, you can install it. And of course, if you install it, it gets downloaded to your PC. But if you uninstall Steam, that copy of Skyrim, even if you copied it in a different location or a different folder, it will not run. It will look for Steam. Because Steam is a DRM. It's a form of a DRM.
This initiative is so important, is if you can make change happen in Europe, well, you can probably make change happen all over the world. It's one of the biggest markets out there, and if you can make change happen there, then developers who are thinking about sunsetting their games have to think about one of the biggest markets, and usually that'll just carry over across the entire world in theory. If they're going to do something different for Europe, you probably would imagine they'd have to do something similar for America and Canada, right? Unless they're really adamant on killing games, and this is just a way to force them to not remove products that we end up buying. Now, one of the things that, has really kind of rubbed me weird about this is one online content creator known as Pirate Software. Now, Pirate Software is a pretty popular creator.
Well, the reason for Pirate Software's stand on Stop Killing Game is different, is because he himself is a game developer.
Pirate Software has had.
Basically, he's looking out for himself, which I guess you can't really fault the guy.
According to Ross, and honestly, according to even Louis Rossman, and honestly,
it may be selfish, but
any content related to this, critical of
being selfish has never stopped anyone for being selfish.
He might have been somebody that has taken the wind out of the sails.
Ford's coverage has been bigger than literally anyone else on those lists, except Asmongold. And the only video Asmongold had on this bigger than Thor's was about Thor's video. So for all practical purposes, Thor here has been the #1 voice on the campaign, and he's been lying about what it is. And if I did a response video, which is not something I wanted to do anyway, then it might look like drama farming, which could understandably turn off a lot of people from the campaign, because it's not about that at all.
And it shouldn't be about any form of like petty online beef or disagreement. Realistically, Stop Killing Games is just a really good initiative, okay? It's an initiative that at least gets developers, or not developers, but publishers to think about the games that they make going forward, right? The thing about Stop Killing Games is it's not a way for them to go into the past and start forcing stuff onto developers. It's about setting a path forward so that developers who are, or publishers that are, creating brand new games have this in mind as they have to like create games. They have to have a logical sunset plan. So when
Stop Killing Game is not retroactive.
a video game and giving people
Maybe game developers and publishers think that is retroactive. No, this is not YouTube. This is not Google.
videos back then was the idea of vague laws, right? But honestly, watching a further piece by Lewis Rossman, I realized why vagueness in this situation is actually not a bad thing. For instance, if we go to the ECI's page, one of the objectives you'll see over here is that the initiative does not seek to acquire ownership of said games, associated intellectual rights, or monetization rights. So in no way are we trying to get through the copyright wagon and trying to make games or any of this proprietary software that is developed in any way public information, right? Or just letting, or forcing companies rather to give up their intellectual properties or their proprietary systems rather. Neither does it expect the publisher to provide resources for the said video game once they discontinue it, while leaving it in a reasonable, functional, playable state. So reasonably is the strong word. And when you look at it from the actual perspective of common sense, yeah, the idea is a reasonable, functional state. Like, imagine if, all of a sudden Halo Infinite was supposed to be at its end of life, right? Halo Infinite is a live service game to an extent. Now imagine at the end of its life, who's the company behind it? 343 Interactive or Microsoft. If at the end of its life they were like, all right, we're not going to service the multiplayer, we're not going to do whatever, but we'll cut the tether to the actual internet services and allow you to maybe play a LAN match, do something split screen, play the single player, do some Forge stuff. We're not going to give you access to obviously matchmaking servers because they're not there anymore. We're also not going to give you leaderboards or things like that that require a server to be active, right? So that's a reasonable experience. Similar to the crew, right? Imagine if Ubisoft was all right, we're removing the crew from sale, we'll give you access to this game's single player component, which that's the majority of it. You just can't do anything with the online leaderboards or online matchmaking because reasonably that doesn't exist, and reasonably is a strong word here. Now when it comes to Ross, obviously this is not supposed to be some crazy drama between creators or anybody. It's just supposed to be gamers who look at good law, good...
I guess what they meant about reasonable is that the game is playable at least,
these companies to at least respect video games.
The game is playable.
It's something that should be... What is the word?
Without online access. Just make the game playable.
Effort. We're all gonna die, right? That's a morbid way to put it, but like music, like movies, like software, like
yeah,
softwares in general.
Yeah, Lance Archer,
you want to make sure that this stuff lasts.
AW pro wrestler, knows all about it. It's even his theme song. Everybody dies. I can't sing. I don't have any voice right now.
The Stop Killing Games initiatives is basically, we don't want single-player games to have DRM that the developers can turn off and thus render the single-player games inactive anymore. This is what they want to change. They need to be specific that they're talking about single-player games that do not need a server to support them. And as much as they want it to be about specifically games where it is a single-player game that has always online...
I'm not sure if this is a bad faith take,
So, again, this is a distinction that wasn't even being made. Nobody's talking about just single-player games or multiplayer games.
I can't decide. I can't decide if that was a bad faith take. When I say bad faith, an opinion...
Pretty good slide in his video where he talked
with
about
malice.
just as a good example. For instance,
Maybe-
games sold as a one-time purchase that don't require a connection. So say you're playing Shenmue 1 and 2, the HD collection. Well,
Maybe that's what he just feel as a game developer himself.
no one gives a shit, okay? It's not being destroyed. As long as you have the disc and functional hardware, you're good. Games sold as a one-time purchase with no stated expiration date that require a connection to the publisher or affiliated parties. So, yeah.
Because there are, content creators or influencers in the internet. If something doesn't agree with, I guess, their idea, what they would do is they would,
down the road when the server is stopped,
break down
reasonable functionality.
the information and then twist it to align, or maybe not just twist it but misrepresent it to be something that it's not.
Just fine. No issues there. Microtransactions for games sold as a one-time
One example is the the terror supporter Hassan. He loves doing that. He would take
would not be permanently disabled.
he would take the information and then
Multiplayer game, you bought like a $20
misrepresent it,
$40 skin for like Rainbow Six Siege now that I saw.
define it in a way that will make that piece of information bad, or if the information is bad, make it good.
It's insane for a microtransaction, but that's the world we live in. Games that are sold as a service with a stated expiration date. They would attempt to require publishers to have some sort of end-of-life build when support ends. But they would probably fail as there's no basis in consumer law for this. Only justification would be via art and culture preservation laws, which are very weak. And now a good example of this would be an MMO, right? Like something like Final Fantasy XIV Online. Now there's no way for you to play that game without an online subscription or a connection to Square Enix's servers. But let's just go down the road and say, all right, well, fuck it. What about, like, down the road, if, they're done with their game, can we possibly have a build of it, without connecting to your servers? And maybe Square Enix could provide that. They certainly don't need to. And sometimes you get lucky with popular MMOs like FF14, where, like, the original version of it, there are private servers that you can access, and you can play to have some preserved build of the game that's there. But I'm going to touch upon this a little bit going forward because it has a lot to pertain to how Pirate Software has kind of like talked about the situation. So like in Ross's video, one thing that he points out really well, actually, that I think really nips the point here is that when it comes to Blizzard's own terms of service, right, where Blizzard reserves the right to terminate the agreement at any time for any reason or for no reason, with or even without notice to you. So for instance, if you buy a game from them, they can just remove access right there. And the thing is, the whole point is not to argue about this, it's to make sure that this whole clause doesn't fucking exist. Because you can understand how this is entirely hostile to the actual person, right? Like imagine buying Diablo 4 and not getting to keep access to the game, not because the servers are gone, it's just because Blizzard can take it away at any given moment. They don't even have to give you your fucking money back from what it seems in the situation. They can just be like, all right, the game's out from your library, we're not even going to bother engaging. You gave us money. We gave you a fuck you. It is what it is. If you can't see the problem in that, then there's no point in you watching the rest of my video. I'm sorry to say, like, you're never going to get it.
You want that to stay in a functional playable state. That means the devs have to release either server binaries or somehow carve off the game to be a single-player experience now.
So this is the most important part from one of Thor's videos for me, where he talks about, like, what the developers have to do. So he said it very quickly, right? Like, you have to release server binaries for games that are online only, right? Or games that are, MMOs, so that when the end of life comes, I guess people have access to playing their games. Now, for me, I've known how the back end of, like, some of these MMOs work. And for instance, like, back in the day, I'm not saying that I ever did this for World of Warcraft because I'd be against TOS, but there were private servers where you could just download binaries and you could run private servers on your local device. And, those were binaries that I'm not going to deny. I haven't looked at them for a while, but I wouldn't be surprised if there was some copyrighted code somewhere in there, okay? But, obviously, if you had things like a server binary, like the copyrighted code, you could probably run this stuff, relatively well. Now, one thing that I will agree with Thor on over here is sometimes it may not be easy for a game to cut itself off. So for instance, let's say that you're designing an MMO game, right? And I'm going to make this as simple as possible. Whenever you connect to an MMO game like World of Warcraft, you launch a client. Your client communicates with a server. Now sometimes on that server,
I'm not sure if MMOs are covered by Stop Killing Games, because
license, they need to interface
with MMOs,
so
especially subscription-based ones,
if it ends,
you know when the game ends.
they have to start calling up some of these companies, like calling them and being like,
You know when your game ends.
whatever you license with us.
I think that was the argument
This initiative
made by Ross in one of his videos. That's why
right?
they don't think or they don't feel that MMOs, especially paid ones or subscription-based ones, are
connections or
covered by Stop Killing Games, because
to sunset the game.
you as a subscriber to the MMO knows when your game ends. When is that? The time, the month you did not pay for your subscription.
This passes, big companies will
Obviously, if you did not pay for that month's subscription, you won't have access to the game. So that's when your game ends.
another industry-leading solution, simply because companies.
So basically, that is the difference, because you as a player know yourself when your game ends.
Server solution will release that server solution because it's by design. When they first designed the system, they designed the game. It's not made in a way.
Also, when it comes to subscription-based MMORPGs,
with the foresight that it has to go offline.
You're not actually buying the game. You're, buying access to the game.
Daunting task.
I'm gonna actively tell people not to. That is awful. That is a horrible goddamn direction.
I'm not sure about.
No, eat my tires. The level of stupid that I just had to receive was like sitting on Twitter for 12 hours.
Not sure about back in the day with World of Warcraft, because back in the day you'll have to buy the game, and it comes with a month's access, and then you'll have to pay. After that, you'll have to pay monthly to keep on playing. But then again, Stop Killing Games is not retroactive.
Sunsetted, then yeah, I guess then Thor is just not somebody that gives too much of a shit about maybe game preservation, or maybe he genuinely has gotten it wrong. I really am trying to find the best in somebody in this situation. I actually really didn't know that his coverage of Stop Killing Games was actually so negative to the point that, according, I guess at least to Ross from Accursed Farms, it may actually be a situation where it really did take the wind out of those signatures, right? Like, the signature, pileup that's kind of stuck here and has been stuck here for a while, it's not able to really move the needle forward because, one large creators like viewpoints were just so damaging or misinforming that maybe it really kind of did spook other people from really talking about this. Maybe it did make Ross seem like a more kooky.
Or maybe no one really cared.
Okay.
There are a lot of sides in,
right? And
one thing.
It's about anything.
You'd think that there would be only two sides.
Just one sole video game.
To a coin, but in reality, there are many sides. I guess nuances.
Now I know I faced my own trials.
So maybe the reason why that bar haven't moved is because no one really cared. Or not a lot of people cared.
For support, and I'm sure
we don't know. We don't know.
Well, either. But I'm going to give you a good, comparison over here. Something that I think would be kind of applicable. Imagine, would you have an issue with the game key cards if, let's say, tomorrow, Nintendo announced that, hey, we're going to have an online repository of, media that you can just download from. So let's say that you buy a Yakuza 0 game key card. Now, if you have the physical copy of that game, you can download the patch information or the download, whatever we would send to your Switch on your actual system. You can just copy that to an SD card, copy that to your Switch, whatever, and then you can put in your game key card. So you don't even need Nintendo servers to download the game key card from. So in the event that Nintendo servers go down, which they can, you can still get access to your physical game and you can download the materials off of a third-party site. Maybe it'll be shared around, maybe it'll be preserved, but there is ways for you to use something that doesn't completely keep it, tethered to a server solution. And I want to ask you that honest question, like, would you have an issue with, like, game key cards then? Would you have an issue with, like, physical media that isn't complete then if the actual publishers provided you a way to download and update information and provide you concise, clear, and easy steps to install it to whatever console or system of your choice? If that was provided, would we as gamers have an issue? I don't think we would. I think in a lot of cases it would be more annoying, but it would also ensure that the stuff that you buy isn't a complete dud out of the actual, out of the store. But yeah, stop killing games. Look, I've kept you here long enough. I can yap about this pretty much all day, every day. But the thing is, it's not looking good. You know, it's a bit of an uphill battle, and there's a lot of creators that I think have talked really well about this. I know Josh Strife Hayes has talked well about this. I know that Louis Rossmus talked really well. I know that Ross obviously has led this initiative going forward, and he's put a lot of his blood, sweat, and tears into it. So even if this initiative fails, which it can, you know, I don't want Ross to go away feeling like, I didn't do enough. You did more than enough. You did way more than you had to. But I don't know if it's just gamer apathy. I don't know what it is. But hopefully this video was long. You maybe learned something. You maybe got, you know, your center right on this topic.
The problem is, even if I like Stop Killing Games and I fully support it, but the problem is I couldn't sign. I won't be able to sign that petition because it's exclusive for the EU, and I'm not in the EU. I think Mutahar is also not in the EU. So if you are in the EU and you care about preserving games, and you don't want your games being killed by publishers and developers,
I've loved, and
how about signing that petition? It will take you what? Maybe a minute. It will only take you a minute to sign that petition. And if it moves forward, you and everybody else in the world will most probably benefit from it.
So gaming is not necessarily such a... Video games itself is not like such an old industry to get into. In fact, it's been around very, very recently. And the thing is, if these laws are set now, it makes sure going forward in the next 100, 200, 300 years, however long our nations are around or human beings are around for the foreseeable future, at least our games can be preserved. And that's the most important part, right? I grew up playing a lot of games that I still play to this day, and I'm sure some of you guys that are in your 20s, maybe you're like 14, 15, and you're playing a game you really like right now, and down the road you want to experience it again when you're my age. Supporting initiatives like this is what's going to ensure that your games won't be dead going forward. But that said, if you like what you saw, please like, comment, and subscribe. Dislike if you dislike it. I am out. Hello, guys and gals.
Okay, there you go. I guess this is his way of helping, you know, helping that progress bar to move and reach its goal. Because that thing is not moving. Again, there could be a lot of reasons as to why it's not moving. Maybe there aren't a lot of people interested in the initiative. Maybe gamers in the EU just don't care. Well, if they don't care, I guess it's understandable because, you know, the EU is a first world nation. You know, the countries in the EU are first world nation. So I guess they can afford to keep buying and buying the games that they want forever. And maybe because, you know, they don't really care about whether the games they bought are killed or not, or, you know, destroyed and never be played again. Who knows? There could be a lot of reason. Or maybe it was pirate software. maybe Pirate Software killed the initiative. We don't exactly know. There could be many reasons to why the initiative or the signature campaign is not moving forward. So my guess is Mutahara is just trying to maybe relit the fire. Maybe it needs. Maybe he thinks that the initiative just needs a little push to get it started again. Anyway, guys, if you want to watch the video without me yapping while it's playing, just go to Some Ordinary Gamers in YouTube and watch it there. Be right back. And we're back. We're back, and we're back with another reaction. And this time it's for the end of Stop Killing Games. Oh my goodness, I saw this and I was just watching and reacting to Mutahar's video on Stop Killing Games, and now we have this. Amazing. It's just amazing how sometimes YouTube algorithm or AI works. It's like, oh, so you watched that video, maybe, and you watched it for the entirety of the video. It seems that you like the topic in that video. Well, guess what? I have more videos that talks about the same topic, and here you go. Go and watch it, or go and watch them. Okay, so the video is the end of Stop Killing Games, and this is by and this is by Ross, or Accursed Farms. So if you want to watch the video, this video, without anyone yapping over it, all you have to do is go to Ross's channel in YouTube, Across Farms, and watch it there. Anyway, this is interesting. I wonder why Stop Killing Games ended. Did they get their signatures, or maybe it died? Maybe the initiative died. Anyway, we will find out.
Oh, this is probably the final update to the Stop Killing Games campaign. Though I'm coming at you a little bit like a time traveler would. It'll make sense in a minute. As a refresher, Stop Killing Games is a consumer movement to stop publishers from effectively destroying video games they have already sold to customers. Now, we've gone about this in many ways, but it's easiest to divide this up by things we've already done and things we can still do, because there's about a dozen things we've already done. Yeah, in fact, here's a list if you want to pause this. Going over this again will be a video in itself. I'll talk more about some of this towards the end. So that just leaves things we can still do, which are only 2 items. One is for the UK to sign a government petition to bring this issue before Parliament. Though, keeping it real, I'm not terribly optimistic about this one, since the government response has been a mess by every definition. It's a long and boring story, but the short version is it's hit a bureaucratic roadblock and will stay stuck unless it gets more signatures. But the one that has a lot of power, so much so I think it could change the course of gaming history, is the European Citizens Initiative. Now, I said I'm approaching this like a time traveler because with the trajectory we're on, these are both going to fail. So I figure, why wait until they actually do to tell people? Both the petitions end in July. The Citizens Initiative in particular on July 31st. This video probably won't change the timeline. It's just a last-ditch attempt to wake people up on it. The European Citizens Initiative failing kind of stings. Again, this one is crazy powerful, but the hurdle we just couldn't get past was that it requires 1 million signatures from citizens of EU countries. And we've only made it just under halfway. That's really too bad, because I have high confidence this would have solved the problem of publishers destroying video games. And why do I say that? What a lot of people don't realize is that in the EU especially, it's almost a state of lawlessness regarding the practice of game destruction. Okay, I don't want to put people to sleep here, but the quick legal argument is that the vast majority of games with an online requirement say they can be terminated at any time for any reason. Or Blizzard likes to say any or no reason. But according to the EU Commission, that might be a violation of Directive 93/13 EEC, which protects consumers against unfair terms in consumer contracts. So if that term is unfair, that means that part of the contract is null and void. And if it's null and void, then what does the law say about how long your purchase lasts? Well, it doesn't. That's the whole mess. So if there are no legal guidelines, what are consumer expectations for how long video games last? Well, indefinitely. Even the average online multiplayer video games from the 90s can still work today if you didn't change the hardware or software. So the law wasn't written for this situation, the industry's terms might possibly be illegal, and traditional expectations are games last indefinitely. Now, of course, publishers can't support games indefinitely, but by not giving expiration dates or end-of-life plans, that might be the situation they've put themselves in. I cannot emphasize enough what a mess this is. If you were an impartial judge just trying to interpret the law, you'd have a headache. I don't know what you would do. You'd probably tell the EU Commission they need to make a law on this because this is a glaring omission. So being in the middle of this quagmire right now, if we had rolled up with 1 million signatures demanding that the EU give us basic consumer rights for video games, that would have been the easy way out for regulators, because then they would have a mandate. That's what I meant about my half-joke slide about politicians liking easy wins. This situation is such a mess that trying to settle this under existing law is more work than creating laws under a consumer mandate. And thanks to the action we pushed at consumer protection agencies, doing nothing is no longer an option for multiple countries. We've made sure of that. But none of that matters because the initiative is failing. And my original thought was that ironically, it's difficult to get gamers to care about games because a whole lot of people are cruising at maximum appetite.
Again, if I was in the EU, I would have signed it, and I would have made everyone
Between being the third
in my family to sign it as well, even if they're not gamers. And
top that we're far more
unfortunately for me, most of them are gamers.
getting gamers to care about games. It's getting people to care about.
But again, I'm not in the EU.
Frankly, that is a checkmate move. If people can't care enough to write their name on a form to protect their rights and stop things they care about from being destroyed, then yeah, I can't do much with that. I am not a Care Bear that can shoot light out of my stomach to make people give a damn.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Care and how many never.
Let's do the Care Bears countdown.
It's certainly not for a lack of trying.
Okay, I'm not trying to make fun of Ross. Okay, I'm just trying to make fun of or make light of
Comedy videos involving games.
this entire thing because
Now I've tried to.
the initiative is the campaign is ending in July 31, and
Marketing and networking.
if you have seen the progress bar, it's only halfway there.
I've been beating the drum on the problem of game destruction going on 10 years.
Is it possible to get the next half
Opportunity to do something
from today until the
biggest game shutdown.
expiration of the end of the initiative or the campaign? It's gonna be very, very difficult.
Very happy for it to end. But I would have hated my
It could even be impossible.
up to do anything.
So it's difficult, very, very difficult to impossible.
Phenomenal. We've gotten a lot of support or just fair coverage from major YouTubers. Some ordinary gamers, Young Ye, Louis Rossman has been a bro especially. Gamers Nexus, Linus Tech Tips, Game Linked, Philip DeFranco, Asmongold, Black Panther, Second Wind, including Yahtzee and the other Frost, Spawn Wave, Civi 11, Mandalore Games, Bellular News, Digital Foundry, Josh Strife Hayes, Tech Tangents. Honestly, it goes on and on. I'm leaving out a lot of people. My apologies on that. We've gotten game news outlet coverage. PC Gamer, IGN, Rock Paper Shotgun, Kotaku, TechSpot, Eurogamer, PC Games N, Destructoid, Game Rant. There's more. And regular news outlets, Metro, Euronews, Variety, Forbes. Also many non-English outlets for France, Germany, Italy, Poland, Hungary. There's a lot. And some developers. Running with Scissors, Landfall Games, Mala Industria Games, Octane, those awesome guys. And developers of emulators like Dolphin, PCSX2, and PPSSPP. And some more indie developers I may have lost track of, I'm sorry. And this last one is hearsay, but it's my favorite if true. Developers from Ubisoft Ivory Tower. The people who made The Crew, which is the game we used to get all this action rolling in the first place. Yeah, it turns out a lot of developers who spend years of their lives working on something don't like seeing it destroyed by publishers. Who'd have thought? And I've been saying yes to almost all offers for interviews, questioning, or any kind of outreach opportunities that came our way. I honestly don't know how many interviews I've done on this issue at this point. It's easily dozens, though not all of them were on video. One was even for BBC Radio. And then there would be the spontaneous offers that would pop up throughout the entire campaign, like working with members of European Parliament to push through questions to the EU Commission, having meetings with the BEUC as another route to the EU Commission, meetings with representatives from GOG. That one was looking promising.
Ross, are you telling me
that sucked.
That all of this coverage happened and the campaign still didn't get 1 million signatures in the EU?
Huge boost for us. But they ended up having to postpone it a year, which is too late.
Oh my goodness. Are you saying that gamers in the EU
who is also on the committee on
wants their games killed?
Their staff reached out to me, set appointments, canceled.
That they don't care about
and this is all
the initiative that would stop game developers and publishers from killing games?
Doing this because I have to fight all my instincts not to bother people.
Wow.
I hate being a pest. but you kind of have to do some of that when campaigning. At this
Oh my
point,
gosh!
I've written a couple
Did you hear that?
thousand emails connected to the
All I can say is, wow. Wow.
and just keeping things together.
Again, if I was in the EU, I would have signed the petition, and I would have made everyone in the house sign it as well.
Promotions of the initiative being deleted. And some of the ones that stayed up are some of the most hostile to the initiative that I've seen.
The only thing I can think of right now is that gamers in the EU just don't care.
We did get a Discord launch.
I could be wrong, but
So I wouldn't be
that is the thought that is coming
what to do.
into my head. The thought is,
About this in Europe.
gamers in the EU
Never would have had a clue how to do.
don't care about
The sort of thing I was hoping would emerge. Yeah,
preserving games or publishers and developers getting games.
It's been there
That's just kind of sad.
this entire time with easy
I think.
at StopKillingGames.com. We blazed a trail to make it easy for others to act on this, but that wasn't enough. So it feels like I've been running a rickshaw carrying people to the destination to save games, except it's breaking down halfway. The work on this has never stopped. I never wanted my involvement on the campaign to last this long. I kept hoping after launch, somebody with more reach and better at campaigning could just point people to the destination and get it done.
With the exposure that you mentioned earlier.
But there have been many
Again, I'm surprised it didn't reach the 1 million signature campaign, or it didn't reach the 1 million signature needed
to put everything else on hold.
for the campaign to
Because it's our own.
push forward.
Again, this is
I'm really surprised.
there's no staff and no salary. So if I need help with something and ask about
Asmongold alone gets like millions and millions of viewers every day.
or if I can't, then I need to hunt out someone else to help with it.
You're telling me that
Meanwhile, my channel.
all his viewers are in China?
Now, I have been maybe fairly criticized for not running a fundraiser for this. There are reasons.
If you combine
The first is until recently,
the exposure
spend it.
that was
Buy ads.
mentioned earlier,
And YouTube doesn't.
again, it's surprising that it did not reach the goal.
And neither does Twitch. Good luck reaching gamers without YouTube or Twitch. So taking money with no plan, that's a grift. And another reason is I am one of the worst people to manage that sort of thing. Financial paperwork is an Achilles heel of mine and seems to take me 10 times more effort than anything else. I mean, I can do accounting, budgeting, math. That's not a problem. No, I mean having knowledge of all the obscure forms you need to fill out, what all the tax laws that apply are, what all the specialized terminology is, and just all the hidden rules. Now you might say just hire an international tax accountant for multiple countries. Okay, there goes a third of our funding then. So what are we even doing? I cannot emphasize how much I struggle with financial business crap like that. So the thought of me putting together a fundraiser for what might be considered a political fund that needs to adhere to laws in multiple countries, and if I make a mistake that could be considered a crime? Oh, no. That's like asking somebody with severe dyslexia to write a book report on war and peace. I am the wrong person for that job. But I've still been trying, to the best of my ability anyway. I didn't discover this until late in the process, that even though general ads were out, sponsored messages were still an option for some countries. And some mysterious benefactors emerged offering to pay them directly. But that means I needed to find all these channels and broker all these deals. So as a last-ditch effort, I've been looking through hundreds of targeted non-English gaming channels trying to find good candidates for this. Then work with bilingual liaisons for each language, then try to put together a contract and figure out what a good offer is for the amount of views we expect. I am so out of my depth on this, but I'm still trying. At this point, I've browsed through more clickbait AI-generated thumbnails than I have the entire rest of my life. I honestly can't decide which part of the campaign I've hated the most. Acting as an advertising broker, not knowing our budget or what's a good offer, or trying to research laws governing this practice that don't exist, except I didn't know that at the time. So how are these sponsored ads going? Are they going to get us the signatures? As of recording this, I don't know. It's a Hail Mary pass as it is. I'm just going to assume it won't, and I'm completely spent on ideas on how to get more signatures. I did everything I possibly could to make this campaign work. It wasn't enough. Or rather, I did everything that made sense to me. I did receive a lot of suggestions of things I do not think would have worked. A bunch of people told me to make short form videos on this. I tried that. They got a fraction of my usual views. I've been told make more videos on my channel saying the same thing. But lots of views on my channel doesn't help if it's all the same audience, because people can only sign once. We have to reach new audiences.
Also, it's exclusive to the EU only. So even if a billion people in China watch the video and supports the initiative, it doesn't matter because those billion people in China won't be able to sign the initiative.
And we're a long ways away.
How many gamers are in the EU?
Like PewDiePie, Jacksepticeye, Moist Critical, Markiplier, anyone like that. Well, yeah, I think that might be a great idea. Our biggest obstacle in the campaign has always been getting enough exposure, and they have exposure. I think any one of them could end this with one video and change gaming history. Problem is, I have no...
Well, I don't think it will change anything.
They're probably busy people. But second,
because the deadline is like looming. It's like the shadow of the deadline is really overcasting on the campaign already.
I can understand some people wanting to sit this out.
So basically, the campaign ran for a year and it only reached 500,000.
I'm not shocked either.
Wow, I'm amazed. I'm amazed.
Way above my weight.
I'm not surprised. Well, I guess I'm surprised. I'm surprised and amazed.
And about 15% of my audience is from EU countries who are eligible to sign. So that
the only thing I can think of is I've said it earlier.
And we're over 10 times.
Gamers in the EU, it didn't even reach 500,000. My goodness, it's only 45%. So the only thing I can think of is maybe, I'm not saying that it is, maybe. Gamers in the EU just don't care. Maybe they don't care about this campaign.
People who support the campaign. For all the support and fair...
Maybe gamers in the EU maybe they want games to die. It's possible. There are a lot of people in the on the planet, and
the number one criticism about the initiative that we've never been able to
maybe many of them
because you can't expect publishers
enjoy seeing games killed.
Yeah.
I don't know.
That's why we've never asked for that. I must have said this 100 times now. It was written on the website from day one, but this keeps coming up over and over again. See, that's the thing. As soon as you say 3 words on requiring end-of-life plans, gamers especially will jump to some conclusion, and I never know where they're going to land. Ironically, non-gamers tend to be much better at understanding the initiative, because they're not coming with a whole bag full of assumptions. A couple other criticisms are how this would violate copyright law by forcing publishers to give up their intellectual property. No, it wouldn't. Some of you may want to pause this part. Or how this won't work because of end-user license agreements.
And listening to Ross now, he's saying that there are gamers that are even against the initiative.
That code. We're aware.
This is an initiative
Those are the ones I've seen most
for protecting games.
There is a clear
But
zero where others come from.
if I understand what Ross is saying, there are gamers who are against protecting games.
Our biggest critic by far.
My goodness, guys, what are you guys doing? Why don't you want to protect games?
Exposure to stop killing games has been this video, then you've been misinformed. This video is by someone who does not understand the campaign, has been trying to stop it, and has been making up what it is about. I am not saying that lightly. I will prove it in a minute. Now you might be thinking, okay, so some YouTuber got something wrong on the internet. So what? See, that was my thinking too. The problem is how incredibly influential this YouTuber has been. Remember that list of coverage on the campaign? Well, best I can tell, Thor's coverage has been bigger than literally anyone else on those lists, except Asmongold. And the only video Asmongold had on this bigger than Thor's was about Thor's video. So for all practical purposes, Thor here has been the #1 voice on the campaign, and he's been lying about what it is. That's a bit loaded, though. In this case, I'm using the second definition of lie. I have no evidence it's the first. This video came out right as we were building momentum, then except for one boost in Germany, the signatures started drying up like clockwork. This put me in kind of a no-win scenario, too. Because if I ignored it, then a lot of people were going to get misinformed about the campaign. And if I did a response video, which is not something I wanted to do anyway, then it might look like drama farming, which could understandably turn off a lot of people from the campaign, because it's not about that at all. So I quickly made this video trying to clear up all misconceptions and concerns about the initiative with timestamps for everyone's questions, hoping the truth would eventually come out. I can see now that was a mistake. I should have just embraced the drama. To this day, I'm still getting frequent comments and emails about the same falsehoods about the campaign that originated in this video. Well, now I have nothing to lose. If we don't get the signatures, then none of this matters anyway. So if this campaign is failing because of me not talking about this, then I'll at least correct history here on the way down. I'll get this over with and go over what I think are the biggest points of Pirate Software's videos. I'm not going to go over everything because collectively Thor has made hours of video on both me and the movement. I'd be here forever. Believe me, I could address smaller things too, and kind of already have. Alright, let's start. Okay, point number 1. Thor does not understand what Stop Killing Games is. Here it is in his words.
So for those who don't understand, the Stop Killing Games initiatives is basically, we don't want single-player games to have DRM that the developers can turn off and thus render the single-player games inactive anymore. This is what they want to change. They need to be specific that they're talking about single-player games that do not need a server to support them. And as much as they want it to be about specifically games where it is a single-player game that has always online functionality, it would impact every live service game that exists, instead of just targeting single-player, always online games.
No, that's not what it is. Stop Killing Games includes single-player games, but nothing about it is specific to them. He completely made that up, and I have no idea where he got that impression. This is what I mean. It's harder for gamers to understand this because they come with so many assumptions. It's like that saying about doctors being the worst patients. So let's clear this up. It's the first line on the website. Stop Killing Games is a consumer movement started to challenge the legality of publishers destroying video games they have sold to customers. But the movement includes all this stuff from earlier, and he was mostly talking about the initiative. Well, the short version is the initiative is about requiring publishers to have end-of-life plans for games they've sold to customers in the future. So when they shut them down, customers can continue running them without their support. The long version depends on what kind of transaction is being made. As you can see, it's not easy to explain in a soundbite. But if you notice, we don't make a distinction between single-player and multiplayer games. That's because the law doesn't either. So why make this even harder? Both the movement and the law are making distinctions on how games are sold. Also, that part he said about it affecting all live service games, yes and no. It would affect most live service games in the future, but the initiative is not retroactive. So that's one thing Thor doesn't understand, but he also seems to think this is about converting multiplayer games to single player. Once again, he made that up, and I have no idea why he thought that.
Transitioning an entire multiplayer server-side game into a single-player video game, which means rebalancing the entire experience around single-player, rebuilding everything in the entire game. How are you going to do that with Final Fantasy XIV? You're just going to make all the raids soloable? Imagine the day that World of Warcraft shuts down, and suddenly you have to make it a single-player game for every individual that ever bought the game. That's what they're asking for.
No.
Because they would have to sunset live service games as a single-player experience. The idea that suddenly You need to make every single live service game.
If the signatures were not exclusive to the EU,
This one is particularly baffling to me because I've heard most counter arguments before, but until Thor, I've never heard this one.
I'm pretty sure.
The industry to confirm
Pretty sure.
multiplayer games in the
It would have reached the 1 million signature needed.
gamers are gonna take this.
Nowhere in there does it say that it's directly targeting always online single player games.
Oh, he's so close. He's so close to getting it.
It is vague, and because of that, it will impact.
He never has that light bulb moment. Well, he is correct in that statement. It's almost as if that's not what the initiative is asking for. But those were his streams with a smaller audience. What does he say in his big YouTube video with over 1 million views that he had time to research?
If we're trying to kill off the practice of developers putting together a live service game, pitching it as a single player experience, and then taking away support in the future.
Now he's changed it again and is making up how it's about single player games are advertised. What is he doing?
It needs to be specific about the business practice it's trying to defeat, which is specifically companies that are doing this under the guise of it being a single-player game, but adding online-only functionality that is not necessary and doesn't add any gameplay elements. That's the problem.
No, that's not it at all.
And there are some people that'll say, well, just make it all single-player.
Like
well,
you?
I've explained that doesn't make any sense in the first place. If you're making it all single-player, you'd have to carve off all of that, and it's developer time and money. These are two different ideologies, and that's okay to have two different ideologies. I just won't agree with it.
But those aren't the ideologies. Nothing in the initiative is asking to convert games to single player.
Nowhere in there does it say that it's directly targeting always online single player games.
Yeah, so why does he keep bringing it up? This is a total red herring.
If we don't like the idea of live service games as a whole, I get it. Don't play live service games then. Don't agree to those terms.
No, he's getting a new thing wrong.
Listening to Pirate Software again,
Or against them being destroyed with no recourse from customers.
it's making me think that
Use logic.
he did all of what he did in bad faith.
Why would we care if they're being destroyed? He says he gets it, but he doesn't.
Let's talk about the actual bad business practices. In the case that a studio is...
It's fine if he really misunderstood what Stop Killing Games is about, but
buying a license to that game, I think...
hearing him again now,
specific. It's trying to say that all games need to stay.
it's giving me this, vibe that he knew what Stop Killing Game is, and he's deliberately trying to mislead or misled, or he is deliberately trying to misinform his audience.
I mean, what is that logic? Hey, the initiative
Because misunderstanding something and deliberately misleading something are two different things. They're not the same. If he misunderstood what the campaign is, then it's
with licenses failing to inform people. Blizzard says they can take away your purchase for no reason.
we can't really,
Problem is
criticize him for that. What Ross, the only thing Ross can do is correct him
regulation. Forget video games.
from his misunderstanding.
Hundreds of years.
But if he's doing, or if he said everything he said to intentionally mislead and misinform his audience, that's, I don't know. I'm pretty sure there's a word for it. But then again, we can't really be sure.
I think you have to go back to...
We can't really be sure.
Neither of those things are true. Why even have consumer laws if you have no rights?
If you try to tell me that every studio needs to run their live service game indefinitely or not run one at all, then no one's going to run them.
Oh no! He wheeled out that line about publishers having to support the game forever. He was literally watching the video earlier where it says it won't do that in big letters. That wasn't enough. We just can't stop gamers from going there, even when we spell it out. I admit, guys, this part hurts. To see the biggest voice on this issue get it wrong again and again and again, then put that same wrong information on blast to a far bigger audience than we can reach. It hurts. He doesn't get it. He doesn't understand what we're asking for. Now,
Either he doesn't understand it, or he understood it and is trying to,
You want that to stay
misinform people or misinform his audience
carve off the game to be a
or mislead his audience because he doesn't like the initiative, because he's also a game developer and it will affect him and the games he's making. I'm not sure. I'm just making assumptions here.
that means the majority of his critique is about things.
I could be wrong. Maybe he just totally didn't understand what the initiative is.
enjoy never playing an MMO again for the rest of your life and taking away from every other person that plays MMOs.
It really wouldn't. And I've explained why in that video, but the short version is companies would have to stop liking money for that to happen. Lots of money. But his number one criticism is that he thinks the initiative is vague.
Incredibly vague. Too vague. Very vague. Damn vague. It's vague. It's vague. That is vague. Too vague. Vaguely written. Vague. Incredibly vague. Vaguely worded. Vague.
I'm not the most intelligent person, and I understood what the initiative is.
Logic is pretty sound for this part.
I'm pretty sure that guy is like
Only as good as your assumed truth.
maybe 100 times more intelligent than me.
That he thinks the initiative
Maybe.
is only about single-player games.
But I guess he's too intelligent to understand something that is easy to understand. There are cases like that. Because the thing or the information is too easy.
Always online.
They couldn't believe that it's that easy. Are you telling me it's that easy?
Let's add a subsection.
Maybe there's a catch as to why it's that easy. I don't know.
Fall under this broader category. So Thor is expecting this. Again, I don't know why, but instead he's seeing an initiative that covers all of this. That's why he calls it vague 50 times. The thought that we want what we're asking for and not the thing he made up seems to have never entered his head. The initiative is trying to stop the destruction of games. That's the whole point. It covers the types of games most in need of saving. If we only covered this tiny subsection, that would save maybe 1% or less of games that get destroyed. This would do almost nothing. I'm not saying there isn't one, but I literally can't think of a game that meets this criteria. Every game I know of with single-player content that's been destroyed has been designed to run server-side, not locally. Older ones like that tend to have the DRM cracked, which is not an ideal solution, but that does stop game destruction. And newer ones with the Nuvo or something tend to have it removed by end of life. So I say less than 1%, but this might save 0% of games. I'm not sure. The initiative is actually not that vague. Though to be fair, some people did get hung up on this part. A reasonably playable or functional state. True, that is not 100% specific. There are reasons for that. You know how in law, police can stop a suspect with reasonable suspicion? Or a jury finds someone guilty beyond all reasonable doubt? That's because the number of situations you face are so varied that the law has to inject some common sense somewhere. It's the same with games. A multi-million-dollar MMO is a different animal from a budget arena shooter. It won't work making highly specific laws. That's one half of it. The other half of it is this sentence is an olive branch to publishers. I've heard complaints this isn't specific enough. Okay, but you know what the alternative to this would be? Here, I'll show you. The game must be fully functional and contain 100% of all features as advertised. So as a publisher, which requirement would you rather meet? More importantly, this sentence shows the EU Commission that we're acting in good faith and trying to find a balance. I think some of the people asking for this to be more specific may not realize what they're asking for. I know some won't believe this, but a hell of a lot of thought went into the wording of the initiative. I think it's almost perfect. See, the initiative isn't even a proposed bill, it's a negotiation. Our side says we want games to be functional when publishers end support, so they need end-of-life plans. The industry's position is going to be against whatever we write and claim they need no regulation whatsoever. Then the EU Commission gets to decide who is more in the right here. The Citizens Initiative is the opening offer in these negotiations. Trust me, the industry worth hundreds of billions of dollars will make its position known to the EU. We don't have to make their case for them. So for this negotiation, simple is good. That's why we're straight and to the point for what we want. Then the industry will argue against that. Then the EU Commission might look for compromises. You don't start a negotiation with a bunch of compromises because then it'll get so watered down you won't save anything. Oh, and that long definition list are actually logical extensions of the simpler language used in the initiative. It's actually kind of slick. Plus, there's a character limit on these things. The EU Commission doesn't want you trying to cover 50 edge cases at this phase. All right, so Pirate Software did not understand the initiative. But point two, he also did not make it easy for the truth to get out. I had never heard of him prior to all this, but during the campaign, I had dozens of people contacting me, telling me how wise and reasonable he is, how he's really pro-consumer and represents developers, and I should really talk to him. Great, let's do it. So this was my first encounter of him.
Oh shit, now this is actually really dumb. It's used car salesman garbage. This is shit. It's shit. Not only do I not want to back this, I'm going to actively tell people not to. That is awful. That is a horrible goddamn direction. That's awful.
Okay, so at first I was like, maybe he just misunderstood it.
Was like sitting on Twitter for 12
Or and the other choice is he deliberately misled and misinformed people. And
all of this can eat shit then.
with that statement,
Mask entirely.
I guess
I have no
it confirmed. He confirmed it that he is really working against it.
Oh, yeah. I can see why people like him. It's like listening to Mr. Rogers. As you can imagine, we've been less than...
Oh my god, and people like that guy.
Especially
I guess.
doesn't understand...
Again, I'm answering my own question. 8 billion people on the planet.
If people could read my mind, they would understand how much I dread anything resembling sales or marketing, or just trying to push things on people who aren't interested in them. I'm not exaggerating when I said I've hated having to run this campaign.
This is the most uneducated take I have ever seen in games.
Now, as for that one, I do have a bachelor's in criminal justice, which might explain why I'm coming at this from very different angles than he is. You know, focusing on people having rights and checking what consumer law actually says, rather than what's most convenient for publishers. Though I think I know where that comment is coming from because I've gotten it before. Here's what I think is happening. Online-only games have a client and a server, but a lot also have middleware that developers don't have permission to distribute to customers, or depend on microservices they have no control over, and the server software isn't even designed to run on a customer system. You can't just cut out the middleware and remove the microservices because they're integrated too deeply. That would still leave the game bricked and could take months to fix and be a lot of work. So I think some devs think we're saying all they need to do is just release the server binaries at end of life, and yay, everything is solved. And that's why they think we're ignorant. Well, for some games that could work, but not ones like these. Plus, that's not what we're saying. First off, we're not even mandating the methodology because, again, doing that could run afoul of copyright law. Second, this whole diagram is looking at a game that exists right now and was never designed to have an end-of-life plan. Those might not be salvageable. So what we're saying is let's take a game in the future. No code has been written yet. It's still just a design document. Okay, so we have the client portion as usual. Then we have the server logic. Now we'll bring in our usual middleware and microservice vendors. Nope, stop. Now the EU says we can't just brick customer purchases like we've been doing if we want to sell our games there. So that means we can't keep making all these same deals the way we have been. Now we need to renegotiate with the vendors to allow for an end-of-life build with their software, or redesign things to make the microservices easier to sever at end of life. And vendors probably will renegotiate. Otherwise, they'll start losing sales to everyone who wants to sell games in the EU. But say a vendor refuses anyway. Then we need to go with vendor B, who will offer EU-compliant solutions because they will be happy to take money away from their competitor, vendor A. Or maybe we need to abandon one of the microservices altogether and come up with an in-house alternative that is compatible with an end-of-life plan. And if the server can't run on consumer hardware, well, maybe now we code it in a way that's more versatile and can be compiled to run a stripped-down version with less features for the customer machine at end of life. Or hey, if that's not doable, then we scrap that, but still give customers some form of server software at end of life, because now we've planned for this, and inform them it requires specialized hardware, and they're on their own for getting it working. And these are all just suggestions. The publisher would get to decide how they want to comply. Thor is not alone in developers trashing what I just said. I don't know why, but some of the nastiest insults I've received on the entire campaign have been when I try to explain this is what we're asking for. This part in particular triggers some people to no end.
That video made me actually mad. Like real mad. Not like fake memes mad, like actually mad. Like I'm actually mad.
Upsetting people is not our goal, by the way. We actually want this transition to be as easy as possible for publishers and developers. However, we are stubbornly against proposals that won't stop commercial games being destroyed, because that's the whole point. Anyway, you heard Thor's comments for me. In light of that, I think I've been pretty diplomatic. I am just trying to get this initiative passed. If that means I have to get insulted all along the way, okay. So with that in mind, I reached out to him, not expecting to change his mind, but to at least clarify things since he got so much wrong. If you're gonna hate us, at least hate us for what we're actually doing, not for things that are made up about us.
I got a message from Ross. There were many other misunderstandings in your video. It's clear that you hate the initiative, and I doubt I would change that. That is correct. I would encourage you to at least hate it for what it accurately is. I do.
He says that so confidently. Oh yeah, you knocked it out of the park. You understood everything.
In other words, the customer is told explicitly that their access ends at the time of payment. Most live service games do not do this, which could run afoul of EU law. Most is patently incorrect.
Patently incorrect? Okay, for those who don't know much about live service games, that's like saying the Earth isn't round. He says verifiably false things so confidently. If his viewers don't know any better, how can I blame anyone for believing what he says about the initiative when he talks like that? It's incredible. And he does not wish to discuss this with me or anyone else in the initiative. Why not?
Would you consider reaching out and talking to Ross about it? No. And the reason why is because I found his entire statement over the YouTube incredibly disingenuous.
Yes, this issue which has bothered me since I was a teenager and I've spent 10 years on trying to push back against is me being disingenuous. Where is this coming from? Well, it comes from a slide I had in my promotional video, the half-joke slide. He hated this, and I think he may have a rather privileged view of politics.
You want to put together legislation because it's the right thing to do.
We did!
Not because you can convince legal representatives to do it no matter what.
It's both. These are not mutually exclusive things.
The idea that we're going to go through this because it's an easy win, but not the right win? No, dude.
Oh, God. So we misunderstood the initiative and misunderstood our intentions. And in his words, this is why he refuses to have a dialogue with the movement. So now I have to address it. Let's keep it basic. He calls me disingenuous, implying I don't believe what I'm pushing for, that this is some sort of con. That's uncharitable to the point of being silly. Besides video evidence going back 10 years, this is not a hard concept to grasp. I hate seeing creative works needlessly destroyed when people are trying to save them, and video games are where I see that happen the most. Of course I believe in what I'm advocating for. Maybe start from there. I'm a little surprised that didn't sink in.
The idea of getting it to pass with an easy win instead of pass because it's good is a problem to me. Absolute problem.
That's not how politics works. Do you think things pass because they're good ideas? Tell that to people who still have lead in their water. A lot of gamers are jaded with good cause. The industry has been shaking them down every which way. The perception that it's hopeless to protect our rights against billion-dollar conglomerates is often correct. If I told people this would pass just because it's a good idea, I wouldn't believe me. This slide is a half joke, but it's also some totally cynical reasons that are often true to let people know we have a chance and this isn't utterly hopeless. Do you think I or most people in the movement give a damn why politicians might pass something good? What we care about is that they pass something good. We don't need them to be true believers. We need them to pass good law. This is as soft as it possibly gets in politics. I think most politicians would find this slide funny. It sounds like he's offended I have a low opinion of the political process. Well, I'm the one in the trenches here. I'm not sure if he's upset at me or just upset at reality. Yeah, I am too. Anyway, he went on to delete my reply to him. Thankfully, someone backed it up, and I figured, okay, he hates this. It was thrust upon him by his viewers. I'll just leave him be.
Oh my gosh!
Well, that was a mistake on my part, because then he went on to make more videos about me and the movement, now reaching over 1 million views, still broadcasting the wrong information on us. I guess I'm being petty here, but this is alien thinking to me. Why would you call someone out, then run away from a conversation with them when they say there's a misunderstanding, but then go on to make more videos calling them out? Sir, that is not gentlemanly behavior. All right, I know this is going on too long, so I'll get to the final point. Thor misunderstood the initiative, misunderstood our intentions, and misinformed a lot of people about both. But the irony is, I think he would...
And he did it with malice.
...if he did understand it. Because first, he doesn't see any of this as a problem.
Gaming isn't in need of saving. No, it's not a form of planned obsolescence. It's called the game no longer being profitable and we turn it off. No games are being destroyed here. These are live service games.
Yeah, you heard him. No games are being destroyed. Does he just say anything? Is that why he's popular? More to the point, and what I wish he included in his main video, is he supports games being destroyed.
A very strange...
Yes, he does.
From people in the gaming industry, where live service games should live forever. Whether in the hands of the developer or otherwise.
Honestly, based on this,
I think live service games getting...
from what I've seen here, if you're a gamer, you shouldn't listen to this guy.
There's nothing wrong with that.
That's just a suggestion. I'm not telling anybody what to do. It's a suggestion.
Problems with the end of a video game.
See, I wish he started his big YouTube video with that message instead of deleting it. Instead, he presented himself as pro-preservation and not wanting the medium to die out.
It's incredibly important to me that we keep making games and that the next generation has the tools to do so their medium doesn't die out. And it never will. And that's the whole intention of all of this.
So he doesn't want games to die out, except he's fine with that. I think there's some cognitive dissonance going on there.
No, what he's saying is he wants old games to die, but continue making new games. Because old games don't make money, new games does. That is what he's saying.
I don't buy games that are always online single-player games. I refuse to play those because it's stupid.
That's some tough talk coming from a fan of Diablo 4.
It's actually really freaking good, dude. The game's fantastic. Itemization is great. Systems design is great. Storyline has been fantastic. The characters are good. The voice acting is great.
So is he saying he wouldn't have played Diablo 4's single-player campaign if it didn't have forced multiplayer also? Even though he's praising it and appears to be playing solo? Or is he saying that people that just wanted to play Diablo 4 single-player are stupid? I admit I got lost on his stance there. What's more clear to me is we're not on the same side. Here's a list of some popular games that are all at risk of being destroyed at some time in the future. The Stop Killing Games movement sees any of these being destroyed as a problem, and they're exactly the kinds of games that would start being protected if these games passed. Now, a lot of these do have
the reason I think is okay with killing old games is because old games don't make money. That's why he wants to keep making new games. He said that. He wants people to make new games because new games make money. It's new, unless of course it's really bad and no one buys them, which is happening now.
Thor says he disagrees with how we're going about trying to end game destruction, but he also disagrees with the goal itself. No, wait, I want to be fair. He's only against 99% of it minus that tiny provision he made up. So once you understand that, then of course it makes sense that he's against the Stop Killing Games movement. Because we're trying to stop killing games. Now, if you're in Thor's camp and think killing all these games is fine and are as things should be, okay, then it's just a values clash. And yeah, you'll hate the initiative too. I'm not trying to tell you otherwise. But if you think you might have been misled about what the initiative is, hey, maybe look at it again. Tell others about it. Help undo some of the damage. There is still time. It closes July 31st. Thor lying about what the campaign is about, remember, second definition, has caused more damage to it than anything else I'm aware of. Now, I've heard some people say, no, it caused a Streisand effect and led to more coverage. Well, if you look at the signature rate, it suggests the opposite. I've also been told a big streamer, like in that group I mentioned earlier, you know, the kind that are so big they could end this, avoided talking about Stop Killing Games because of Thor's take on it. Remember, at the time he did this, Pirate Software was a well-respected developer looked up to by the internet community for having good takes on gaming. And I was, and still am, the weirdo with no credentials other than not wanting games destroyed. So with Thor being seen as the smartest guy in the room and firmly against the initiative, I think that led some internet figures to not want to touch this, lest they be seen like a fool in the eyes of Thor. Now, as I understand it, that risk may have lowered since then, but it doesn't really matter if nobody else talks about it, because he was there to kill the momentum when we needed it the most, and we never got it back. Okay, that's it on him. I did not enjoy having to do that segment, but I've had to do a lot of things in this campaign I don't like. Believe it or not, my goal was not to tarnish Thor's reputation. That's incidental.
You don't have to do that, Ross. He already did it himself with, not just with his takes on Stop Killing Games, but with the other things that he did. It's been, you don't need to help him, you know, destroy his reputation. He's doing a good job by himself.
Representing it? Oh, yeah, it totally is. It's been an uphill battle almost every step of the way. It sinks or swims to the whims of what big streamers do. It kind of reminds me.
If you search Pirate Software in YouTube, you'll see all the drama that he's involved in.
We're able to actually do anything on this. It's a miracle it's gotten.
You don't have to do anything, Ross.
Ask, if the initiative fails, then what's next? I have tried to explain this before. There is no next. What's next was a year and a half ago with all those other things we've tried. We're at the final phase now. The European Citizens Initiative is our last possible chance to change anything. See, there are things governments and consumer groups are doing, and then there are things that us, the general public, are doing. After July, I see nothing left for us. So does that mean Stop Killing Games has failed? Well, no, nobody knows yet. We won't know the answer to that for a long time, maybe years. Government moves slowly. The initiative will be what's failed, not everything else. Without the initiative, we still have about 5 other chances for this to work. We have the consumer agencies in France, Germany, and Australia, and possibly help from the BEUC and the UFC Que Choisir, though those are iffier. But all their work is underway. It's out of our hands now. Now, I've heard some say, what if we launch the initiative again? Well, someone else can try that, not me. I tried my absolute damnedest writing off the publicity of the cruise shutdown and barely got halfway. It took a chunk out of my life with almost nothing to show for it. No way am I going to spearhead something like this again. I saw this as my only shot. I took it to the best of my ability. That wasn't good enough. I have no reason to think that doing it again will be successful. On the contrary, I think it would do far worse. Now that doesn't mean I'm being defeatist. I will continue saying yes to almost any opportunity that emerges until July 31st. I have some skepticism, but I am still available for Stop Killing Games until then. Though remember, you don't have to go through me at all. You just have to send people to the initiative. After that, no, I'm done. In fact, I think some people might be surprised just how done I am after July. It's not that I will have changed my mind on game destruction, it's just that there's nothing left after that. So I don't want to waste even more of my life on this. I've paid my dues. My income's dropped significantly since I started this because I haven't had time to make more fun videos which people would rather watch. And I don't blame them one bit. So besides being sick of running this thing, I have to make up for lost time so I can pay rent. Plus, believe it or not, I want time to actually play games and not just fight to keep them all the time. I'll still do the bare minimum if it helps. For example, Germany's consumer agency contacted me at one point because they wanted more information on the crew's EULA for their investigation. So I assisted with that. That was surprising because I have no authority on that at all, and I would have thought they would have had better sources than me. But yeah, I can do pilot light activity like that if it really helps. Just no more campaigning. And don't get me wrong, I'm not against people doing more after July. I just think your odds will be horrendous, and I don't want to dump my time into doomed causes. If the law on game destruction in the EU and Australia was as locked down as it is in the United States, I never would have even started this campaign. Now, I've said this initiative resulted in almost nothing. Well, we did get a little bit. For me personally, I got the feeling of knowing I did everything I could, so I won't have any more nagging doubts like, oh, if only I had tried harder, I could have saved video games. No, I can close the book on that. So I'll be able to look at myself in the mirror after this. That's a plus for me and anyone else who tried their best. About the only other thing I think the initiative accomplished was we inadvertently saved 2 games. This is hearsay again, but according to an insider at the company, Ubisoft announced offline modes for The Crew 2 and Motorfest because they were afraid the European Citizens Initiative would pass and thought this might kill some of the momentum. Ironically, I don't think they needed to have bothered. We were already losing momentum when they announced that because, well, you know why. But not killing games is the whole point of this, and I guarantee you Ubisoft had no end-of-life plans for those games prior to this movement. They were absolutely slated to die. Now, if I could have picked any 2 online games to save, I can't say those would have been my choices, but that is something tangible that the initiative changed. Assuming Ubisoft isn't lying. At the time of this video, they still haven't delivered on it yet. So is that it? Is that all the initiative accomplished? Well, without the signatures, sadly, yes, I think so. Now, some people might say, no, we did more than that. We shifted the narrative. So what? My only goal with this was to stop games from being destroyed. All the talk in the world won't fix that without action. Without the initiative, any victory we get is going to come from one of these 5 paths we opened up. Speaking of which, what should we expect from that? I honestly don't know. I give all of these coin toss odds. I do think it is highly, highly likely Ubisoft is going to get fined for something by more than one agency. Don't take my word for it. German channel WBS Legal thinks the same. The problem in their eyes is that Ubisoft shut down The Crew with only 3 months' notice, and they should have provided more like 2 years. Yeah, hear me now, quote me later. If all that comes from Stop Killing Games is companies in the EU need to give 2 years' notice before they shut down a game, then I will consider it an abject failure. It won't save games, that wasn't our goal, it'll piss off companies, everybody loses. But that's the risk of making this work under existing law rather than proposing sensible law under the initiative. Fingers crossed the agencies make a better decision than that. Now, since this is a wrap-up video and I don't know what the outcome will be, I might as well present both scenarios. First, if we win and have a clear victory through one of these avenues, oh boy. If I think I have threats and hate mail now, I bet I haven't seen anything yet. I'd like to say whatever happens because of these avenues, we didn't write them and never had any authority here. All we could do was report the problem. The European Citizens Initiative is what was written by the movement, and that's what's failing. Now, for people who want my head over this, I doubt they'll care, but I wanted to point that out. I'll say right now, the transition could be bumpy. It all depends on how hard the industry fights it. And yes, it's possible it could end some games on death row prematurely. So games that were designed to die could still die, but after that, almost all games would start being protected. Because I know there's some clown that's going to find one example of a game shutting down early and then use that as proof that enforcing the law is bad, even though the industry was going to kill it anyway. That's the logic I'm expecting. So there could be bumps, but give it 3 to 5 years and it will smooth out, become an industry standard. standard, and then you'll have people who are
Okay, so I said I don't pause the videos. Well, the reason why I paused the video is because I had to stand up and open the door.
quiet now. I do. I think it'll be a lot like that. So that's if we win. If we lose, in other words, all 5 of these avenues get shot down, well, then things are going to be almost exactly like they are right now. Except then there will be no pretending we have consumer rights. If you're a gamer, it will be codified into law that you're a consumer chattel who doesn't deserve to keep what you buy. Or if you're renting, informed of how long you get to rent. So, cool. The games industry brought back one of feudalism's greatest hits. Now, even that reality I consider preferable to what's going on now, because then we at least know we're legally screwed. Besides the obvious, what drove me crazy about this issue and the reason I started this campaign is because in many countries, no laws were ever passed on this. Nobody voted on this. Companies just started taking away your purchases. Nobody stopped them, and it slowly got normalized. It's felt like a coup. So the idea that hundreds of games were being destroyed just because we're letting it happen drove me up the wall. If we're screwed, let's be told that to our faces and not have contradicting laws pretending we have rights. Yeah, that's the one thing I can promise this campaign will deliver, which is answers. There will be no more frog boiling after this. Either the frog hops out of the pot or it's dead. Now, even if we lose 100%, it's not like I'll change my mind on thinking destroying creative works when people want to save them is wrong. I'll probably drift even farther towards trying to save game worlds, at least. I made a video about this sort of thing. I'm optimistic about technology assisting with being able to extract environments from games and port them in the future. So hopefully we can salvage more from the ashes that are getting burned down in games. So that's Stop Killing Games. If you're depending on me to save the initiative, then I think it's going to fail. Skill issue, as they say. My only closing thoughts on this is that this is all just so stupid. It's stupid that we didn't have clear laws on this to begin with, that this practice continued for decades without clear laws on it, that it was going to continue without our intervention, that it takes so much work and so many people to even report a violation, that me, a chump YouTuber, was the one spearheading this, that it was easily derailed by a bigger YouTuber, convincing gamers that having their games destroyed is a good thing. It's all so stupid. I've heard some people say before that we're on the worst timeline. No, things could be so much worse. I think some people have no idea. But if you were to say we're on the dumbest timeline, I don't know if I could argue against that. See ya.
Okay, so anyway, guys, if you again, if anyone is if anyone, I'm pretty sure no one is watching this. Maybe one, maybe me. But if you happen to chance upon this reaction of mine before July 31, and you love your games, you don't want your games getting killed, and you want to keep your games that you buy, because right now, if you're buying in Steam, you don't own those games. So if you want to own the games you actually buy and help keep them forever, so you could, play them 10, 20 years from now, and you're in the EU, I'm pretty sure it will not take 5 minutes to sign the signature. Maybe it would take just a minute. Again, it's exclusive to the EU, so it doesn't matter if, well, I can't really sign it because I'm not sure if I can even open it. I'm pretty sure they have some kind of IP detection where they can detect where you're coming from. And using a VPN is, I don't know, is that allowed? Maybe we can use a VPN in one of the EU countries, and there's like how many of them? Anyway, don't do that, by the way. Don't do that. you must sign the campaign legitly. Okay, do not try and trick the system, because who knows, it might, instead of doing good, it might turn out bad. Anyway, guys, again, if you want to watch the entire thing, it's 1 hour. It's a 1 hour video by Ross regarding Stop Killing Games, and you don't want to hear someone yapping while it's playing, just go to Ross's channel in YouTube. It's Accursed Farms, and watch it there. Wait, do I say be right back? Nope. Ending the stream here. Thank you for watching, and see you in the next one. Bye bye for now.